Moro ihmiset, jatketaan taas Final Fantasy 14. Striimiä on mennyt tosiaan 2 tuntia 50 minuuttia. Jatkan tämän tähän, tosiaan kuten viime videossa sanoin, että jatkan tähän samaan striimiin tämän. Nyt vedetään tämä Alliance Raidi seriissä loppuun. Ja aloitetaan tässä videossa sitten toi Post Storm Blood Main Scenario Quest. I'm so sorry, Ramsa. Alma. I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life. All the while you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? Nope. It is alright. We are still here, are we not? And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed, Ramsa existed, and Oran the Ray was not a heretic but a hero. That's an Oran. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son, we needn't burden ourselves further. No niin, ja taas tulee tämä, että niinku, tämä ei ole osa main storya, niin tämä side quest, jos tulee uusia paljastuksia, mutta mitäänhän ei kerrota maailmalle, ettei vaan multa mitään main storissa. Että jos joku ei tehnyt näitä ja tulee main storissa jotain, niin ei tarvii referensoida tämmöisiä asioita. Kuten Pokemon-elokuvat. Kanonia, mutta mitään ei jää käteen niistä elokuvista. But father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain. And we will not. Yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a fun act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramsa, the forgotten hero, and his chronicler Urandure smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. Of those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramsa, without whom the young noble would have surely perished. Is that what you truly want, father? For the story to end? It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Oran envisioned the Virgo as a beacon. Ihan varma, että jossain vaiheessa mä oon kuullut ton taustas beconina, mutta kyllä se on useammin siinä tullut että beaconina. As a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom, they were right. And just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. But the thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary warrior of light and her adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you will have your work cut out for you, my friend. Tenshek has enough battles under her belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Will you stop doing that, Sid? And her tale is far from over, isn't it? No, ollaan vielä 3.x:ssä, että tässä on vielä tulossa Mitäs mä muuten kuulin? Siinä kohtaa, kun Endwalkeri loppui, tai se oli tulossa jotain, niin sanotaan siis tosiaan tämän ensimmäisen tarinan loppu, mutta siellä on vielä tulossa niin seuraavan 10 vuoden ajan tarinaa, että vielä ollaan 10.0 asti on tulossa tarinaa, että ainakin vaan miten se menikään. 10 vuotta tai 10.0. Ja Yoshi P tekee tätä peliä, jatkaa tätä peliä niin kauan kunnes Japanin government hallitus käskee sitä lopettamaan. Niin se sanoo. Tokin, no kukaan ei ikävä kyllä elä ikuisesti, että jossain vaiheessa Yoshipin pitää antaa ohjaksi jonkun toisen käteen. Mutta ennen sitä päivää, niin ennen kuin se päivä tulee, niin nautitaan Yoshipin tuotoksista. Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Count positions, everyone. Lights, music. There will be no more mistakes from you two. Am I clear? Mother Crystal Cooper. Mä oon joskus ollut, no siis se oli koulunäytelmä, ollut mukana näytelmässä. Mun aloituspaikka oli, no mä vähän vaihtelin sitä välillä, kun en kerennyt paikalle, mutta se oli tommossa niinku, mä en tiedä oikeastaan mikä se oli, mutta se oli, mä olin niinku siinä katsomon vieressä niinku tuolla, no näiden niinku tästä oikealle puolelle, mutta katsomossa vasemmalla puolella. Siihen meni pitkä aika ennen kuin se näytelmä alkoi, että eikö siinä ollut parikymmentä minuuttia sitten piilossa siellä. Ja välillä mä en tosiaan kerennyt sinne, että sinne tuli jo ihmisiä ennen kuin mä kerkesin menemään sinne, niin mä olin siellä tavallisesti muuta vaan kulissessa sitten. They are going to perform the final act. Begin. Vau, mitkä kulissit. Tai kulissit, mikä toi onkaan. Kuristet. Whatever we do, the church has branded us heretics. No home awaits us in Ivallis, vai mikä se olikaan. We shall embark on a journey together. Together, the crystal skull has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin. Free? But how? By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. And unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. No dialogit menee nopeasti. In sword edged his fading jotain. In stone he tempered his skill. By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told. Bravo, bravo. Oli kyllä aika lyhyt toi viimeinen akti. Ehkä tää oli niin kuin viimeisen aktin viimeiset dialogit. You both were wonderful. Pisti Kalli sitä päätän. Noin aurat. I'm inclined to agree with the Lady Marvelous sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. Meillä oli kyllä semmonen pieni ongelma siinä niissä meidän näytelmissä, kun tehtiin harjoituksia. Me otettiin se aina alusta, ja se oli semmonen tunnin pätkä. Niin me ei koskaan päässyt sinne loppuaktiin. Sitä ei ikinä harjoiteltu. Ensimmäinen kerta, kun se tuli, niin se meni oikeastaan niinku... Oltaisiko me kerran tyyliin menty se loppuun asti, en muista. Me harjoiteltiin ainoastaan sitä alkua. Sitten kun ne ensimmäiset niinku näytelmät tuli, niin, tai niinku näytökset tuli, niin se meni enemmän tai vähemmän tolleen niinku... Mikäs se nyt sitten onkaan sana? No en muista mikä se sana on, mutta... Hyvin vähäisellä harjoituksella. Again, I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kupo. It is in my contract. Se on kyllä tässä vähän niinku myöhäistä niinku alkaa vaihtamassa sun roolia. Oh hush, brother. Before Genomis has us back to polishing boot buckles again. Tai no ehkä se on myöhäistä, mutta... Mutta tarina pitää kirjoittaa alussa sitten, jos haluaa vaihtaa roolia. Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of Gog. Pari on tullut tänne. Well, sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eosians play with the baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. Mitkä noi vaatteet on? En nyt voi kyllä enää sanoa edes vaatteeksi. A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test these Tartars. Wouldn't you all agree? Otaanko tän nyt jonkin sidequestin? En kyllä rupea tekemään mitään ihan oikeeta sidequestia. Katsotaas. Tuo on nyt upannut tonne. Puhun siis mun videosta. Sä voi ottaa pois. Questline after Ivalice raids. Tässä on mitään mainita. Kaikki vaan puhuu noista Return to Ivaliceista. Ei ymmärrä sitä, että mikä on niinku after. Kunhan sitä. No ihan sama. No, come on. Mulla ei tänäänkään mitään höpistävää. En rupea höpisemään mun teatterikokemuksesta. Se on tuolla puolella. Mistähän mä sitten höpisisin? No sen verran mä voin mainita siitä, että se oli tosiaan mikä se olikaan? Hetkonen. Tää oikea prinsessa. Prinsessa tunti sen herneen sieltä sen patkinensa alta. En kyllä muista mikä sen tarinan nimi oli kyllä. Well, wasn't that an adventure, Tanusek? It is sad to think we must soon part ways. But with all we have been through these past few moons... Ja nyt tässä on mennyt kuukausia. Pelillisesti. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Genomis has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly he has already received petitions from the hundreds of Geeko. Se oli sekin seikumi mikä olikaan, niin sinne ei ollut toi ei ollut pidennetty. Mutta esimerkiksi geisha on ihan geisha, eikä geisha. Joo, okei. Joo, se on jos on viimeisenä, niin. Eli Geiko and Gainin to join the company. And then there is the matter of my assignment. You will be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an exposé when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. Alright. An outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell. Ja se oli siinä. In bad taste. Mä luulen, että mä oon tyylin tehnyt kaikki sidequestit, mutta ton noin vielä jäänyt tommonen. Uskois toista ollut se? No, kuten sanoin, niin mä en tee sidequestia. Ihan sidequestia. Elikkä sitten on Stormblood Part 3. 3.1. Varmaan voisin pistää tämän näin. Näille mä en tee mitään. Niillä pystyy saamaan tyylin tämmösiä, mutta... No itseasiassa ehkä mä käyn myymässä nämä. Tässä saa... Oho! 50 tonnia. Jos se nyt menee tuolla hinnalla. Tässä ei saa mitään. No eikö saapas? Joo, okei. Mitä se oli? 8. Sitä on tuolla hinnalla. Alright. Tässä mä saan sen 500. Tässä oli tonni 200 ja tuo oli joku 750. Mutta ennen kuin mä menen puhumaan noille, niin se nyt pitkä aikaa on, kun mä käyn siellä tupakilla, mutta käyn uudestaan. Olisiko se nopeampaa mennä tuolta? Tän kerrankin. Säästän pari sekuntia. Nyt tupakille. Ai vitsi, mun selkä on kipeä. Nimenomaan alaselkä. Mä oon nukkuu vähän huonosti. Mutta istueltaan se ei oo niin paha. Tai ei ollenkaan paha, mutta jos seisoo, niin sattuu. Mutta nyt aloitetaan.
Come to see how we're getting on? We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Siellä Lillu Alamikossa se kandabolli. Ettekö te voi saada niitä tänne?
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. But don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Vaihtaa sitä kanssa Dark Knightiin. Kun saa mahdollisuuden.
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
Will I ever?
We were adventurous before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Absolutely. Tää ei kuulu se kauhean hyvältä. Mä en ole ihan varma mitä se meinaat tulla Twist My Arm. Tosin ei tääkään kuulu siltä, että mä olisin kauhean innossani. Kun sitä ei saa väliä, mitä mä tuohon vastaan. Twist my arm meaning. Twist someone's arm. Pressurize someone into doing something they are reluctant to do. Näin mä vähän ajattelinkin. Eli kummastakaan sä et nyt oo niinku tää meidän Warrior of Light ei kummastakaan. Ei oo oikein innossaan asiasta, no. Mennään tällä. That's what we do, I suppose. Minä olen ihan innossani tästä. Kerrankin näin päin. Tavallisesti ehkä ite kohdata olkapäitä ja oo silleen, että no joo kai sitten. Right then, let's go and find Master Livier. Actually, leave that to me. Oho, mua ei tarvitse tekemässä mitään legwork-hommia. Mitä legworkia mulla on sulasti mielessä mulle? Ihan varmaan en vaan pääse, että menet tonne ja oirot. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Oho! Oho! Herranjestas. Näinkö mä unta? Arenvald, mä tykkään susta. Teet kerrankin legworkin mun puolesta. Melkein se sama. Vaan ajaa tonne. Koska se on ihan tossa vieressä. Kyllä, se on vaan waiting. Oho. Oho. Taisko mun nipistää itteni? Ihan varmuuden vuoksi. Tossa mä oon kerran koittanut ja mä oon miettinyt, että mä näin siis unta. Ja mä oon miettinyt, että onko tää unta vai ei. Sitten mä mietin, että niinku, ihmiset joskus nipistää itsensä että tänään mä oon kuullut, että jos se oli itse Akuankas joku nipisti itsensä, oliko nimenomaan Aku nipisti itsensä, että onko se unessa. No mä sitten nipisti itteni, niin sattui ihan saatanasti. Eikä mun olisi ollut tarkoitus niin nipistää itteni silleen, että mitenkään silleen lujaa, että vähän vaan niin silleen pistän ihoa yhteen ja no sit se uni loppui siihen. Mut joo, unta se oli. Että nipistäminen ei auttanut yhtään. Se oli vielä erittäin huono idea vieläpä, että no, jatketaan. Greetings, Stanchek. It would seem we are to accompany Arenvald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Nope. Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, and Theodoric, vai oliko se, miten toi piti lausua? No, mennään Theodoricilla, sat the throne. Uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was, the King of Ruin, suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Ralkar's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. Ja millä arvauksella mä en näe sitä yhtäkään keliä tästä aarteesta, varsinkin kun mä oon Nyken plussassa. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search for your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few Ego soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Tosin sekin on kyllä se vaihtoehto. Aina noissa on niin Treasure Huntissa on tää, että, niin, että lähdetään etsimään $1 miljoonaa tai jotain, ja sitten kukaan ei ikinä saa sitä. Niin se menee. The gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery, Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart racing. Well, not really. Koska mä tiedän, että mä en näe sitä senttiäkään. Yhtäkään kiliä. You have learned the box, box. Tää on mä olin siellä Bardams Medlessä. Silloin kun mä olin munkkina, niin mä käytin tätä emoottia. Silloin kun mä levutin mun munkia aina, kun ei ollut mitään siinä välissä, niin käytin tätä. Siinä kun oli piti välillä odotella, niin käytin tuota huvikseni. Nyt tuli viesti, pilasin sen. The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the empire. We hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garlands must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Ironwald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nothing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garlands are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Meillä se hankalampi homma. Given that they would have been at least 20 at this time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more, and anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Ironwald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks while Strensek makes the rounds in the Alamigan quarter. And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? Can we meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate? Ja minun Warrior of Lightini on tämä Social Butterfly, niin se käy sen puhumassa ihmisille. Mieluummin ehkä henkilökohtaisesti lukisin just tämän asioista. Tosin peleissä mä kyllä kiinnostunut lukea mitään kirjoja. Eipä kyllä hirveästi kiinnostunut lukea muutenkaan mitään dialogeakaan, mutta minkäs teet? Tai no, minkäs teet on, että ei vaan lue sitten mitään, niin mä oon tehnyt tähän asti. Oli siellä. Tämä näin tuut. Niin se on tuolla alla. Tässä jossain pitäisi olla joku. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Sorry you have heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions upon the divine audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Alempana. Tuolla. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see His Royal Majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside of the palace walls. I was offered to work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Missä kapataan Suomi, mutta kupissa on ruoka. Se kyllä pitää sarjata, mutta sen nyt ei pitäisi haitata sitä, että voihan se muuten vaan haluta huomioon, mutta nyt ei ole aikaa. I served as the blesser of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you are hell-bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Arnold. He was the king's head scribe. Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Onko se savory vai savory? Total savory. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court's thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Since we are all here, why don't we share what we have learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that the corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay a secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Tenshek? Are your investigations any more fruitful? No siellä saattaa olla dunkku tulossa meitä vastaan seuraavaksi. Turned into monsters, and what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning a yarn, do you think? Did Did you believe him, Tenshak? His fear seemed genuine. He was afraid. That does lend credence to the tale. Sä sanot, että hyvin harva tietää sitä, mutta silloin ei se mitään sano, että jos kertoo valheita ja sanoo jotain ihan uutta, niin voi sanoa, että kovin moni ei tiedä tästä tai kukaan, koska olet ensimmäinen, joka tässä kuulee. Niin. Though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Enel's anecdote may very well have told us where the trophy is hidden, but I share my theory. There is a matter I would clarify. Arnwald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you are right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Gallian blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamigan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Gallians. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined the group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Science. I'll tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well that poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With their Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Eli halusi ottaa kaiken sen rikkauden itsellesi. Nonni. Kukaan on yllätynyt, että minulle ei jää käteen mitään. Thank you, Arnwald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Tenshek, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arnwald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Ja multa edes kysytä mitään. Muuhan tekee päätöksen mun puolesta, aha. Niin tietenkin. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's trove, if you are minded to hear it. Tosiaan mun teoria on pitää paikkansa siitä, että tässä on dunkku tulossa ja me mennään pieksimään. No, siellä dunkussa tulee sitten nyt vastaan niitä möllejä, niin vähän käytössä katsoen. No, mitä niille sitten voi tehdä? Tämä ei varmaan voi pelastaa. Mutta. Tuleehan mieleen Mario. Super Mariossa. Ja kansalaiset on muutettu kiviksi tämmöiseksi näin. Mario rikkoo niitä ja saa pisteitä siitä. Kenen ei hyppää vapauteen siitä. No voihan se kuvitella, että kiven rikkominen niin vapauttaa ne ja ne spawnaa jonnekin muualle, mutta... Mut. Nyt jos mä menen pieksemään niitä voitsentteja siellä sitten... Ne on sitten ihmisiä. Ja mä en todellakaan pelasta niitä. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. Ja täällä on 100. Täällä on 100. Jos mennään jonnekin sisälle. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That wasn't exactly the reason, but this certainly a wild concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. Eikö on tää Loksilla? Tää on Loksia ja se on Loch Seld. Onko se sitten joku järvi? Joo, on. Tässä on ilmeisesti Loch Seld. Kyllä tää voisi tarkoittaa tosiaan, mitä mä silloin mietin, missä tää paikan nimi tulee. Ja on tarkoittaa järviä. Mene nyt pois siitä. Tää on niinku Skotlantia. Alueen nimi on Järvet. Ja täällä on järviä nimeltä esimerkiksi Järviseld. Okei, joo. Näin, make sense. Näinhän mä tämmösen olettamuksen mä taisin tulla viime kerralla, että ei ole vaan mikään pelkkä fantasia nimi tämä Loks, vaan tämä tarkoittaa nimenomaan järviä. Eteenpäin. It was not my intention to draw out proceedings. Me ollaan edelleenkin pihalla. Vielä pelkästään istuta sateessa, vaan nyt me seisotaan nilkkoja myöten vedessä. I simply wish to have the lock inside while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the 6th Umbral calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Skala, which rose and fell during the 5th Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. Beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but a place still further below, the ruins of Skala. I further surmise that Märking's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Perske puutuu. Alaselkä kipeä ja perse puutuu. Istunut vielä. No, mä tänään nyt istunut jo 3 tuntia 40 minuuttia. Silti. Tosi mä oon tässä istunut kyllä taas viikon silleen niin kuin melkein putkeen, että mitä nyt välissä käynyt istumassa lisää tupakilla ja sitten mä oon sängyssä, että en tiedä, jääkö tämä video sitten lyhkäiseksi. Olisiko mun pitänyt vaan jatkaa tähän samaan sitten toi viime video ja älä koska siihen mun tietokoneeseen. No katsotaan miten pitkään mä jaksan. Sä pitää tauon saman tien. Tai haluaisin pitää tauon, vaikka video on minun vasta alle tunti. Wait, you are saying they were meant to guard Märking's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance in the old city will have been magically concealed. To explain how a legion of imperial soldiers and the guards know how many Alamigans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantage which they did not enjoy. Tenshak, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the lock and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arnvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Ensorcelled. Haluan arveilla sitä saman tien. Jänniä. Kristalleiko ne nyt sitten on? You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. Mä en näe mitään. Tässä on selkeästi dunkku. Dunkku ihan just seuraavaksi. You come to a Vern's stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance in the subterranean ruins. Tenshak, it's Alfie now. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say will be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. The drowned city of Skala. Tämä on ilmeisesti se. Arnold olisi tankki, jos mä hyppään hiileriksi. Jos mä hyppään depsiksi, niin joo. Ja jos mä hyppään hiileriksi, niin sitten Alfino hyppää depsiksi, joo. No näin mainitsin tällä kertaa, että tässä tuli joku randomin mukaan, että... Mä menen pitämään pienen tauon. Tällä kertaa mä lupaan olla nukahtamatta. Mun pitää vähän leväyttää mun kipeitä paikkoja. Leväyttää. Se ei kuulosta oikealta. Levähdyttää. Jatketaan ehkä... Jatketaan puolen tunnin kuluttua. Okei, en lupaa mitään, koska... No ei se koskaan tiedä, kun on yhtäkkiä nukahankin sitten, mutta joo. Joo, ei ollut puolen tunnin tauko. Oli 1,5 tunnin tauko. Mutta nyt mä rupeen ja ei tehdä samaa virhettä uudestaan. Kun tehtiin kerran. Mustaan pistää nyken plussa päälle. En halua tankkeja, en halua hiiliä. Pitäisikö vaihtaaksi pelata vaikka pardina? Pelata vaihtaaksi pardina. Toisaalta se on niin samanlainen kyllä kuin tuo Danceri, kun mä pelaan Rangerina, niin tekis mieli vaan pelata Dancerina. No. Vähän vaihtelu. Joo, jatketaan kohta. Tää tohon meni 5. 20 minuuttia. Dance-partneria. Te katsotaan klassia, ei oo vielä taas pelattiin. No, suhteellisuus vahvasti menee. Pitää vaan muistaa noin balladit pitää päältä. Mistä näitä kutsuttiin? Kaikki menee. Pitäisikö siihen muuta pistää tämmöset päälle? Joo. Aivan. Se meni niin päin. Fuck. Ja nyt tuo yksi lähti pois susta. tee se. Onko tuossa enää mitään tarvittu? Mutta oli kyllä ehkä vähän turhaa. Tän kyllä hirveän hyvin muistuttaa bossia kun tätä runkkua. Tässä kohtaa jossain pitää leijua, joo. Sen verran muistan. Kukaan ei halunnut tuota vaikka mä avaisin ne. Silleen. Eiku miksi katon? Tekee vilkkuvaa siellä. Tää painasta. Tai siis vohtavan asian. Lisää armoa mulle. Tässä. Ehkä se oli joku toinen dukka, tästä mä muuttunut. Tuossa oli ainakin semmoja mörköjä, tämmösiä mörköjä. Ja ennen leijuttiin tommosen käsmien yli. Oli ihan mahkana paikka vielä. No, jompikumpi. Mä kuollut. Talva. Laiska hiile. Kimera. Ei ookaan. Kakkone. Ai, nyt mä kyllä jäin tohon. En huomannut, se tuli silmä. No, se kerkes kuolema just. Ja kaikki lähti pois. Jätte mulle roskat. Tuo randomi tuli tonne. Randomi NPC tuli tänne sitten. Yksi kommunikaatio. Kyllä vähän semmoinen tunne taas kyllä, että mä tarvin taas vähän pidemmän tauon. Viikon tauon tai jotain tässä
It appears
pelistä.
this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Mutta onneksi liuhuomenna tulee alkaa poeliika, niin pitää pelata sitä, niin saa sitten sen tauon tästä Final Fantasysta. Menisin muutenkin siis kyllä että en pelaa kahta peliä yhtä aikaa. Tai siis poe ja faikkaa ei oikein onnistu.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Se NPC tuli tuohon cutsceneenkin jopa. Yllättävää. Eli sinänsä mulla olisi ollut kokonainen parti kaveri NPCtä. Tosi mä oon kyllä sanonut, että niinku tärkeät NPCt. Sinä Moldva, et ole tärkeä NPC. Orenwald and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your own face, Alfino. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. Nyt mä käyn tupakilla. 3-5 loppu. Jatketaan. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lisa should be the first. Seconded, she is bound to be delighted. If I am no longer needed, then I shall take my leave. Who the hell even are you? Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Ma for me. Now then, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so Liz is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? No, tässä matkalla. Eli takas Darknaatiksi. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have been up to? What you have been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you are going to like the answer. You are joking. The Mad King's Troll? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Tenzak and Alfino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Guards, it is as much as you say. Hornbolt did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to better treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there's one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alfino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not medicated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alfino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what's happened. The mobs gathered outside headquarters, and they have started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Niillä on Fordolla siellä.
Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her! So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this? That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right. I know you're right, I do, but I can't.
My thanks to Rauban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. It is a difficult tide to stem, ei stern. M ja RN on hyvin samannäköisiä ovesta katsottuna. It was that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. Now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. And it's not just here. We have reports of mobs forming all over. They have been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race and origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we have planned a summit of sorts. We have even invited the Ananta and the Kickern to participate. Alamigo stands at the crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordal's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated, and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordella? Oh, only I got a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you are ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We have barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordala her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. You have the commander's permission to enter then. Yes, kyllä. Joo.
Well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless. There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it. I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless, relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Joo, peli. Paino vahingossa Windows-nappia.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right. Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens. We have rights.
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honouring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes, wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
En tarkoituksella.
A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Vähän eri vaatteet kyllä. On dancerinä välissä yömmässä, mutta peikkovikoja.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
Nah.
The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How?
Easy peasy.
Why?
Koska mä tykkään tästä pelistä. Because I chose to.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
Voi voi. Ei oo helppo. Mä käyn pakelle. Tarvitsen syödä nyt vielä. Tästä videosta taitaa tulla ehkä jäädä. Tästä taitaa tulla lyhyin video, mitä mä oon tehnyt. Mutta mulla on ei oo semmoista niinku jaksamista nyt. Mä jatkan kyllä vielä, mutta mä syön ensin. No, jatketaan vielä hetki. I don't know what we should solve. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we have given $4 something to think about at least. I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Tenshak, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way $4 kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. There's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Okei, nyt vihdoin viimeinen sanoisin suoraan, että sillä on se echo, eikä kiertelemällä ja kaartelemalla ja päättelykyvyllä. Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Aldin's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? Lennetään yli. Suorinta tietä. General Aldin is inside. Will you be joining him? No, ihan siis tässä, okei. What news? You spoke with $4, I take it. Yes, as expected. She didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnold noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We have been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the science expert assistance, if you have time to lend a hand. The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding boards are marked supplies subject, while this one bears the label master subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the boards are designed to drain the ether of the occupant. Save that one right there. Ah, okay. Unlike the others, the interior's been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. CL. Idle conversation prohibited. Eating and drinking prohibited. The fallen scrap of parchment appears to list facility regulations, but nothing of any interest. I'm okay. So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we have been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. Mä edes mennä ohi. En huomannut, se oli jäänyt toi päälle. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Tenshek, shall we start with you? Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure endangered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door, night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past, just see their past, you live it, all the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it do to you. You'll never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Isael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Railsvelger's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Kalemald, there will be no to stop the Empire from repeating this trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these god's-forsaken procedures, and $4 remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you are to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you are telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. I go looking for answers about the echo and end up getting schooled by Rauban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Aldin is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? It is a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Ulda, or start again in the land of their birth. Kellään ei kyllä tietääkseni ollut kauhean mainittava elämä siellä, että no ehkä niille, joilla meni hyvin, niin voi jatkaa siellä elämistä. Ja varmasti niille, joilla meni vähemmän hyvin, niin, tai no sanotaan, että suorastaan huonosti, niin varmasti haluaa aloittaa täältä uudestaan. There's a moment. I am newly returned from Ulda with a message from the Sultana. Eli se on siis vieläkin voimassa. Onko se oikein sana? Vallassa. Mä en muista enää. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the general's future plans. Miksi kysy sieltä suoraan? Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alfino, but not everyone is as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Denshek. Well, Alfina, mä puhun sulle, se kannat selkäs mulle. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arnwald? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, and send Nanamo my regards, Denashik. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Ja arvauksia sille, että annanko mä mitään Lähetäänkö mä niille sille terveisiä noilta? En laita teleporttia päälle. Tai teleporttialennuskuponkia päälle. Varmaan lopettelen just tämän jälkeen sitten. Toki, no siis streami voisin pistää poikki, mutta ehkä mä voisin videoille jatkaa sitten. Jatkaa sitten illalla. Tai no, nyt on kyllä ilta. 18:06 illalla. Myöhemmin. Se onkin on paljon. Tosi se olisi hyvä, jos mä saisin mun rytmin vähän silleen käännytettyä silleen, että jaksan sitten ylihuomenna pelata silloin yöllä, kun puoliliiga alkaa. Tosiaan onko se hyvä asia kääntää rytmi sillä tavalla? Ei. My lady, it was an honor to face you in the tournament. Since that day, I have spent my every spare moment in the practice yard, striving to attain some fraction of your skill with the blade. Mä suosittelen dunkkuja. Forgive me. You are here for your audience with the Sultana. Please proceed. Vähän kuultiin Uldankin biisiä.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears.
Ehkä se on vaihtunut suunnitelmansa. Sen kun se yritettiin murhata, että se ei luotukaan kruunusta. Ehkä. Ei kuulosta siltä, että se mennään niinku... Sillä on samat suunnitelmat kuin aikaisemmin. Siellä on mitään Moogle ja Chocobo. Blushit. Pehmolelut.
Might I have your company for a brief adventure? Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Ja näetkö tai arvostuttaa, että mä en sano sille mitään terveisiä noilta Liisalta ja Alfinolta. Olitte oikeassa. Lähtee enää mun kanssa seikkailemaan. No, ihan kauppiaan näköinen. By chance you remember Lily the merchant's daughter. This is the person I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papashan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. Eiku hetken, se oli, mä oon jossain syystä aina sanonut advisor. Se pyörähtää kielen päälle paremmin, mutta siis on advisor. Ihan se tossa taas sanoo. Niinku advice, ei advis. Make sense. Tulee mieleen toi Artificer. Mä alun perin sanoin sitä niinku Artificeriksi. Sitten mä kuulin, että se on Artificer oikeesti. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eosia, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Your first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. Tuolla kyllä. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. This refugees camp in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Ala-Mhigo and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor have grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Siellä olisi kaupunki, joka kaipaisi täydennystä, että your hands have been tied, your grace. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Jos ei ole pitkällä tasolla, niin säästän muutaman sekunnin. Jos on, niin ei ollut. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. Ei boon. Niin kuin mennä sekä sanoa. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan, and an untimely rock slide crossed their carriage. To this day, it's not certain if the incident was simply misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Assassination. Robin once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought the hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a pitiable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens. Nyt se puhuu siitä, kun se mennessä lopussa siitä kruunusta. Quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. Okei, joo, kyllä se on luopunut sitä ajatuksesta. But I am no longer a child, reciting verse with a witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarists' damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ulta and visit the Coliseum. Ei kuu. Pidän tän questin loppuun ja sit mä pissaan striimin pillit pussiin. Toki mä voisin jättää sen taas päälle. Kyllähän se oli viime yönä. 6 tuntia yksinään täällä, mutta se ei ollut mun suunnitelmissa, että mä jättäisin sen niin pitkäksi aikaa. Se ei koskaan mun suunnitelmissa jättää sitä niin pitkäksi aikaa, mitä se aina on. 3 tuntia tai jotain. Kun se on puolen tunnin päästä takaisin nukaan ja nukun 3 tunnin päikkärit. Ja nyt mä meinaan että en tuu parin tuntia ainakaan takaisin. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from the ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Coliseum that I first met Roban. Tää on tosiaan toi gladiatoriskilto, tuolla näkyy tuo merkki. Ja Robani on gladiatori. Kuten aika moni muukin tässä pelissä, mutta the match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Rauban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Rauban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theatre. But as you know, Roban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the bloodsands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. varjori tuolla netissä. Oho, näkyy kyllä kypäräpäs päästä.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shum. Rabon!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar, and so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last.
No siihen tuli sitten vastaus.
Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
Sain tuon lupauksen, että se ei koskaan jätä sitä. Eli se ei muuta Alamigon. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Sham's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. And with that, kiitän paikalla olijoita streamissä ja video jatkan myöhemmin. Selkä linkkipäin, mä en pysty. Huomenta ihmiset. No kuinka sitten ihan tähän asti, milloin mä lopetin jos 6 illalla. Heräsin nyt 9 aamulla. Mä jatkan tämän uuden streamin tähän vanhan videon perään, tai jatkan tätä samaa videoa. En mä etä tätä 2-tuntiseksi. Selkä on tänään vähän vähemmän kipeä ja jaksaa taas. Ja nyt on kahvikin. Mutta jatketaan. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan's sword. Pitää herättää taas lukulihakset. Unnoticed by the Sultan's swan for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Astraneth, Arsaneth ossuary. No ei mulla kyllä tänäänkään mitään hypistävää. Ehkä mä keksin tässä jotain. Huomenna alkaa se poeliiga. Siinä on kyllä se koko päivä sinänsä aikaa pelata, mutta mä en tiedä viittiinkö mä kuluttaa itteeni, että silleen, että eka pelaan koko päivän faikkaa ja sitten pelaan koko yön poe, että tää voi olla viimeinen video, minkä mä teen nyt vähän aikaa faikasta. When the calamity threatened Roban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartheno, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louisoix would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. And rightly celebrated. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eose. Joko sit alkaa olla 100, no ehkäpä. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a sultan worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ulda. I have chosen my path to Teneshek. With Alamigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamigans seek to begin the long trek home. And as you well know, our artisan school shall be waiting to accept any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Uldan treasury. Onko tuo treasury? Treasuri? No joo. Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is of course another question. Syndicate for advice. Ne ei halua luopua pennissäkään. Ja miten ne refugees sitten osais sanoa. Tällä. A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Cold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the syndicate. Tarkoittaako proprietor tässä tapauksessa siis sitä... Mikä hitto sen nimi oli? Mä vielä just eilen taisin sanoa se, kun mainitsin, vai milloin se olikaan, kun mä mainitsin sitä reliikkiveponeista. Ei kun mikähän se oli, kukuesta. No yksi reliikkivepone tulee sitä kautta. Hitto. Hildebrand. And he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Cuthbert Manderville? Okei, no ihan itse herra Manderville. Ei ole kyllä Express sitä tavattu, mutta olen tavannut kyllä itse. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Cuthbert should be only too glad to receive us. Tuossa kun mä aloitin tän Let's Playn, tai ennen kuin mä aloitin, mä totesin, no ei, mulla vielä on nälkä, en syö ampalaa vielä. Ja yhtäkkiä se iski. I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but mikä mä sanon ridden. Ennen kuin ajattelin, että se on niin hankkiutu eroon. Tarkoittaa siis ride. ajaa, tai siis mikä se onkaan, ratsastaa. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. No, kai mä voisin käydä hakemassa mun jumpokaktutin tässä samalla, mutta en sitten tee uutta. Taskin mä oon käsittelyyn pelannut 2 viikkoa ja 2 viikkoa pelaamatta. No. Ihan sama. Vai mitähän mä tässä nyt olisin pelannut ehkä 2 viikkoa. Tosiaan mä nyt viikon pelaan sen putken, niin sit voi taas jatkaa sen viimeisen viikon faikkaa, mutta no tullaan tänne kohta. Käydään tässä ensin. Varmaan ei saa olla Nyken plussassa. Limited time concluded. 4.6. Se varmaan oli joku Kojojimbo tai sitten mikä se toinen on, mikä saattaa loppua aikaisin. Yksi palkinto taitaa tullut siltä. No ei ollut missään 9. No ja sitten vielä takaisin tähän mini-2-potti samalla. Onko se muuten ensimmäinen kerta, kun kuullaan tämä paikan musiikki tässä Let's Playssä? Älä ole kasia keskellä. Kyllähän siinä oli. No okei, sä edes toisen niistä. Toisen nosta toiseksi parhaimmista. No ei siinä kaikissa ollut. Mä muista sanoinko mä, mutta mulla on kerran käynyt niin, että mä oon saanut 3 kertaa 10 tonnin peräkkäin. Kaikissa 3 oli ja kaikissa 3 sain se. Joo, ei mulla korttia. I'd heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Cuthbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Cuthbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the intrepid Tenshak Kenshin and the Sultana herself come calling, there is no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them this suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your gracious choice of companion would suggest me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Ulda's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible idea. Äidinrasin tosi ei kyllä arvannut, se olisi. Ajattelin, että Godbertti olisi ollut vähän mukavampi, mutta ensimmäinen arvaukseni oli oikein. Monetaristit ei kyllä suostu lahjoittamaan penniäkään. You oppose my proposition. Most emphatically. I agree with your grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Ulda in this arrangement? Jas. On sillä taas pölyä ja kissan karvoitus mun hierespiin hetki. Vanhoina hyvinä aikoina, kun oli pallohiiret, niin ei ollut tommosia ongelmia. Tosin niitä kyllä piti silti putsata, mutta ei ollut tommosia ongelmia. Joko mä luin tää? Joo. Profit, after all you have done for Guabanias displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, your grace, but you appear to be laboring under misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent to save the refugees, is it not? Your intent is to save. Well, yes. For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Ulda's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it's unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Menkää töihin. Surely it is not your gracious intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interest of the people of Ulda. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor. Päivittyykö toi vai? Joo, kyllä se päivittyy. Hypätään kahvia tässä välissä. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Then check. Are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? No, mä oon yksi. If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Grindaa hulluna ja myy halvemmalla kuin mitä muut myy. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Alternate Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, not really. I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying the distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the least for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers, your adventurers I want to do, I shall await your report by the Etherite in Ulda. A fair journey to you, Tenosek, and a swift one, if you please. Anteeksi, mä kuuntelin tuota musiikkia. Tämä on tuossa sanomassa aikaisemmin. Okei, mä saan kaiken sanottua. Greetings, honored madam. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? Tenosek, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I beg your pardon. Her Grace the Sultan would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Ulda. My dear Tenosek, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure, and I am flattered that you came to me. Truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say at the Science former headquarters in Thanalan. The vacant sands would seem a suitable neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Farewell, Tenosek, and may your dealings prove fruitful. Joo, en mä matkustanut kuin puolen maailmaa ja kuulukseni vaan että mä puhumaan monetaristille. Nimenomaan haluttais kyllä välttää niinku tämmösiä henkilöitä kuin Lolorito. Welcome back, Tenosek. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? Well, with Lolorito, and you agree to this? No, not really. I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarists at arm's length, and him in particular. Yep. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ulda effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. Vanhaa Waking Sands. Kuten sanoin tosiaan jossain vaiheessa, että se on kiva, että vanhoja paikkoja käytetään uudestaan. Mut liikaa. Plus varsinkin toi Waking Sands, kun siellä ajateltiin ihan vieressä ainakaan. So this is where the silence first aiheessa mun teleportattiin tänne. Missä mä näkisin, onko mä? No kai mä oon Waking Sandsillä enkä Uldassa. So this is where the silence first congregated. I heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then, the hour of the meeting draws near, and I gather my thoughts. Pretty it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. Tää ei oo huone, kun tää on halli. Tuleeko puhuttua dialogia?
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help. You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
No, se otti visiirinsä pois.
There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more.
Joo, tää on, matured.
To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution. albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Saisinko mä katsoa karttani hetken? Se olisi kaikki ihan hyviä. Mulla ei mikään, mikä tuo solteri oli. Alaganna, minkä näköinen paikka tää oli? Se oli toi... Sillä kukkulan päällä. Ei videot. Eikö tää ollut sulla? Ei. Oho. Giffi. No. Oliko se Alagiri? Mä voisin heittää sinne Alagannaan, vaikka nämä kaikki paikat on vähän pieniä, mutta Alagirikään ei nyt huono paikka olisi. Mistä mulle tulee mieleen taas toi Aralgarsariichi? Kökö se oli? No, kumpi vaan. Miksei molemmat? Solteria mä edes kato. No, heitetään nyt. Alaganna kyllä on ehkä vähän liian pieni paikka. Alagiri. Tuossa Alagiri on jo valmiiksi rakennuttu, että...
Yes, if a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
Alaganna.
Yes, a quarry town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion.
No, enpä kyllä tiedä siitä. Olen tilannut Amerikasta tavaraa ja hyvin usein se maksaa tietenkin postikulut yhtä paljon kuin se tavara itsessä, että tämä ei ole lähelläkään. Tämä on niinku... No riippuu missä ne tulee, mutta... Paljon lähempänä on Alaganna ja nämä. Ihan sama mistä ne tulee. Jos Alagiri käy, niin Alaganna käy ihan hyvin. No, viimeinen vaihtoehto solteri. Mikä oli solteri? Loks. Ei tuu mieleen. No, The Solteri.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution. much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ons of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Mä voisin mennä käymään tupakilla. Jatketaan. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have peaked. Eikö se ole peaked? Pikied. Kyllä se taas googlata. Kyllä se on peaked. Tai peaked. We have piqued Loloritos' interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Tenshek. I could not have done it without you. No niin, siellä henkisenä tukena. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Tenshek, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ulda both. Lähdet käydä kahvia. Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with Sultan? So, Roban says he's going to return to Ulda, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the soldiery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Loloritos' help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for audience. Advice, ei audience, alkoi samalla kirjaimella. But on a more practical note, please, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ulda's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ulda to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorita to too much control. Honestly, Alfino, it's like Kugan never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Soltveris residents. Viskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Onko mä mainittu tuosta Vatista? Tässä on hyvin lähellä Vatsia tosta Final Fantasy 8. Olisiko se niinku uudelleen käytetty nimi tässä? Vai se on ihan sattumalla sitten sama, tai lähellä samaa. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Tenshak? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should what wish to discuss figures? My knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Vielä kun Zone nähtäis jossain, niin sit tossa tyylin kaikki. On se vähän lyhyempi matka mennyt tosta. Ehkä vähän nopeampi. Mutta mun ei vielä ainakaan ole semmonen tunnettu, että tänään en jaksaisi pelata toisin kuin eilen. Mut jos mulle tulee semmonen tunne, niin tähän mä sitten tänään tekisi. Eilinen päivä meni lähinnä nukkuessa ja yrittäessä katsoa videoita. No toki videoiden katsominen on aina hyvä ratkaisu, mutta lähinnä ajattelin, että kun nyt ei tee semmonen, ei tee mieli vaan pötköttää sängyssä, niin vois pelata jotain muuta, mutta mitä mä sitten pelaisin? Se tässä oli mulla kysymyksenä. Pitäisikö mun tehdä Let's Play? Itse niin muista pelien pelaamisesta ja tämmöstä tuli mieleen, että muhan pitäisi tänään upata myös videoita, mut mulla ei Final Fantasy laittaa sinne. Pistäänkö pelkästään Pokemonia? Jatketaan. What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to Old Vat this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Soltvery, Granddad. Tenshak, tell him about the deal. Well, bugger me. We have never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the show. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperialists went about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hex has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the log if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Viskar, my lad. Truly I would. So, does this mean you have gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, but mostly to kill Imperials. You have some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Tenshak? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the log. No, whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Soltvery to its former glory. Good hunting. Veikkaan, että mä oon kyllä vähän turha ylilevun, että Sillä mä en pysty hirveästi opettaa sua. Se, että mä one-shottaan tyylin kaiken, ei hirveästi opeta mitään. Et sun pitäisi oppia noi mekaniikat niistä, että don't stand stupid, etc. Right then, Tenshak. I've got some spyglass here. You can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. Ja seuraava tämmönen. Observe the Yabi to determine its vulnerabilities. Ei mihinkään tule. No sinänsä jos mä miettisin oikeassa elämässä, mikä olisi ton heikkous? Mä ensimmäisenä kyllä miettisin että miten varautua siihen sen hyökkäyksiin. Mä veikkaisin että sen kynnet, jota on 3 kappaletta per käsi tai raaja, niin se voi hyökätä ehkä niillä. Sillä on tuommoiset sarvet, siellä muuten näkyy jotain tuossa äsken. Sillä on sarvet ja semmoista sarvet vielä alapuolella, se voi hyökätä niillä. Plus mitä mä tiedän skorpioneista, niin no tuo ei kyllä hyökkää varmaan se, ainakaan yläkautta hännellä niinku skorpion hyökkäsi. Se saattaa ehkä huita tolla, että niihin pitää varautua kaikkiin. Ja sitten suojat itseäsi miekalla niiltä iskulta ja sitten teet vastahyökkäyksen, mutta mihinkä? No, kaula voisi olla aika hyvä paikka, se on. Siellä ei näytä olevan tommosia erityisiä piikkejä tossa, että se on kaikin puolin niinku suojattu. Tosin tossa näyttää siltä, että siinä voisi välissä olla tommoista niinku pehmeitä. Jos tommosen väliin saisi miekan tuikettua, niin se voisi olla aika hyvä. Ei mikään helppo tehtävä. Tai jos sä oot superakrobaattinen dragooni, niin se pystyy ehkä hyppäämään sen selkään ja sit se on aika voimaton sua vastaan. Missä täällä sitten olisi tommosen pleitin väliin ehkä. Sinne voisi syöttää miekan tai vähän mietin näitä, että onko nää niinku vaan koriste kiemuroita vai onko sää sitten, näkyykö sinne sitä lihaa sinne välissä, että en kyllä usko, että siinä näkyy silloin paljon sitä lihaa, mutta no, jos ei muuten, niin tommosen suomun väliin on hyvä tuikata miekka. Mutta nyt katsotaan missä tässä oli Joe. Okei, sä oot sitä mieltä niinku sen leuka on se heikko kohta. Mä oon kyllä aika varma että sen. No toki suu. Joo, no jos suuhun saatte käyttöä, mutta se on kun aika vaarallinen paikka, että jos yrität tökätä miekan tonne, niin se haukkaa sun käden samalla, mutta voihan semmoistakin yrittää, mutta en kyllä suosittelisi semmoista. Mä lähtisin tuonne kaula-alueelle. Sitä varten. No se on kyllä vielä hankalampi kyllä, että niin siinä on suu, siinä on valmiina, että sitä ei suojaa oikeastaan mitkään muut kuin sen sarvet ja no itse suu, mutta kaulaa sitä suojelee sitten sen raaja käsenpää, että se vaatii vähän pientä enemmän semmoista kikkailua. No, jatketaan eteenpäin. The Yabi's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Underside of the head, eli siis kaula. Looks like you found a Yabi. They say hitting their shells like a smacking rock. Any suggestions? Just hit that. No, joo. And for the soft underside of the head. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. Olisiko pitänyt vaan sanoa sille, että lyö sitä niin kovaa kuin vaan pystyt. Niin mä sen hoitasin. Jee, klappa. Tai paperclap. Onko mulla muuta sitä? Pitäisi vasta sun kertoa se väärin. Ehkä mulla ei oo sitä. Mulla ei ole minkäänlaisia noita. Niin hetkinen, pitäisikö mun huomata tähän mun opsi erikseen noin. Kone. Tältä netin kautta mä näen. Rewards enabled on channel. Watch to earn rewards. Mitä mä voin tästä saada omassa striimissäni? No katsotaan omassa striimi. Don't Rail Twitch River Rewards Campaign. Chocorpokur Whistle Mount. July 2. Se on vielä pari päivää vielä. XP boosti. Tässä on vaikka mitä. Onko mä linkannut tän? Pitää 3 tuntia katsoa. Näemme. No ei mua kyllä kiinnosta. Mä taisin nähdä ton, mikä mountti siellä nyt on tällä hetkellä saatavilla. Ja se oli, no katsotaan. Chocorpokur. Joo, se on just tuo, mikä mä näin. Ei mua kyllä kiinnosta. Tommosen mountin sais. Katsotaan nyt niitä. Mitä channelejä mä oon tänne tunkenut. On tommonen. Se näkyy siihen videolle. Ja kyllä se näkyy tuossa Opsissakin, mutta... Eikö on mulla tossa toi Opsissa tää? Joo, on mulla tässä. Näkyy kyllä. Joo. Mut mulla ei oo sitä paperclapia. Ehkä mun pitäisi lisätä se. Mulla on muuten täällä hauskoja juttuja. Hauskoja. Söpöjä. Mutta jatketaan. Thanks, Nershik. I did just as you told me, and the wavekind went down like a sack of popotos. Let's find something else. Like a sack of lalapels. Tässä kun seuraavaan sanoo sitten ihan vaan, että lyö sitä niluja kun pystyy. Katsotaan mitä siitä tulee. I think I can handle the yappies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Observe the fallpad to determine its vulnerability. Jaa, no mitäs mä tässä nyt sitten arvioisin itse? Se ehdottomasti hyökkää sillä sen käsillään. Ja millään miekalla suojaaminen siihen ei kyllä niinku riitä, että kyllä se vaatii niinku... Suosittelisin jopa niinku jotain ihan kaveria siihen auttamaan, että niinku kunnon tankki, joka ottaa sen käden vastaan, missä sillä on 2 kättä, niin 2 tankkia ja sitten 1 depsi. 1 tankki tuohon, 1 tankki tuohon ja depsi tonne. Se ei hirveästi varmaan, sillä on kyllä iso suu, mutta se tuskin ihan hirveästi käyttää sen puruvoiman hyökätäkseen, koska sillä on kuitenkin se suoja, se on kehittynyt silleen, että se luottautuu käsiinsä. Mutta jos yksin vastaan pitäisi lähteä huitomaan, niin suosittelisin rangeja. Mutta jos sun pitää oikeasti hoitaa sen niin kuin ilman kiillepeä ja pelkästään miekalla, niin no sitten suosittelen kyllä niin kuin, saa sitten vähän vahvempi kuin vaan niin kuin, että niin kuin just pärjät alilevuisena vaikka, että millään sitten vaikka vähän ylilevuinen. Mutta jos puhutaan oikeasta elämästä, niin no, väistät noin sen kädet. Se on vähän niinku keihäs. Sun pitää yrittää päästä sen keihään kärjen läpi, eli tässä läpi ei, siis ohi. Eli näiden käsien ohi. Ja sen päästä sinne kohteeseensa. Koska tällä on vähän niinku toi se etulyöntiasema siinä sen matkassa, että reachissä mikä se onkaan, mikä se on suomeksi. Mutta en mä nyt oikein muuta sen keksi. No, silmä. No sitten niin, menkää sitten hyökätä, niin silmä näyttää aika hyvältä pehmeältä paikalta, että minne huitasta, ei huono idea. Nyt sanotaan sille, että käyt vaan lyömästä mahdollisimman lujaa. The Forbad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. A Forbad. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit really hard. As hard as you can. Haluan, mitä tästä tapahtuu. As hard as I can. Well, simple strategies are often the best. Here goes. Okei, se toimi. Eri voittoääni. Tai mikä Victory Fanfare. Se ilmeisesti se ei ollut kauhean helppo, kun se jäi ottamaan happea. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo, watching your every move. Siinä oli väli. But I got the job done. Huppista. Ja nyt mä opetan sille väärän taktiikan. Lopuelämässä sitten paljon sitä niin lujaa kuin pystyy. Eikä hyödynnä mitään kunnon strategiaa. Huppista. Thanks for the advice, Tenjak. I feel a lot better prepared for my pass rolls now. Any road, we should head back to the salt red before Granddad starts to worry I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. I feel bad. Mä olisin vaan halunnut nähdä, kun se saa turpansa. Itse tulee takaisin kysymään, että olisiko mitään parempaa strategiaa. I see you have returned in one piece. Dealt with those pieces then, did you? I fought them myself. After a bit of instruction from Tenshik here, like. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. A fine young man you have become, Whisker. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late, I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge. Their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the soldiery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. Kahvijuut. It seems Fiskar has the soldier's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt. and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Aldin. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obligated to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Vat and act as an intermediary with our business partners in the Ulda. You should go. General Aldin asked that you wait for him by the main gate in Alamigan quarter. My apologies again, miss. Farewell. Pääsisikö me kohti johonkin mielenkiintoisiin asioihin? Tää kyllä kivasti alkoi dunkulla. Tää Postman Scenario questline, mutta... Tykkään kyllä siitä, että pääsee dunkkuun, eikä tarvitse odottaa sitä hirveän pitkään. Koko päivä odottanut sitä nyt sitten.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops, but after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Kill them all. Their lives would be forfeit.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one of their crimes. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
Kuulenko mä nyt vihdoin viimein? Mennäänkö se jäädä tänne Alamigoon vai palaako se Uldaan?
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamigan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Okei, sepä laulaa.
Father.
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay.
Mä olen muuten just katsomassa, että tämän uusi miekka oli olevinaan Raubanin vanha miekka. Tää sen yhden käden miekka on isompi kuin tämä näin, että tää on sitten pieni tikku. No se on vähän kauempana, mutta silti. Tää koko ei mene ihan yksi yhteen, mutta se nyt on pikkuvikoja. Ei keskitytä epäolennaiseen.
The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Mä en ihan varma, että onko mulla korvia ollenkaan. Mä jotain luin että no sarvet olevinaan toimii jollain tavalla korvina, että jotenkin se on tarjokalvoilla, tarjokalvoilla, mutta otetaan nyt selvää. Do ours have ears? Hetkonen. Mullahan on näissä mun korviksissa toi glamouri, että ne on The Emperor's New Earrings, eli ne ei näy, niitä ei ole. Mutta tuolta. Mihinkä ne sitten ilmestyy, jos eikä näe mihinkään. Ja onko se tuo? Jos on muuten tuo. Ja tuo tossa. Ne ei näe hirveän hyvin mun hiusten alta. Okei, no ei tullut koristeeksi tähän näihin sarviin, mutta tästä nyt sitten puhutaan Redditissä. No, täällä ensimmäinen vastaus. The horns are their ears. Toinen vastaus. Our horns are our ears. They pick up vibrations in the air and transfer them to our brains. That means Aura have the most visible ears in the game. Viera might beg to differ. Voihan olla, että mä oon lukenut ennenkin juurikin tämän näin, kun puhutaan vibrationista. Olisiko mitään kolmatta mielipidettä? Kolmas vastaus. The horns are our ears. Are the ears. Ei our ears. Okei, sitten joku kysymys Googlesta. Do Aura hear through their horns? The horns of the Aura are a point of great price for them. Protruding from the side of their head, they enhance hearing and amplify spatial perception. Tämä on Twitteristä. Square Enixin sivulla foorumilla. How do Aura hear? If I remember correctly, the answer was they pick up vibrations over their horns, which are hollow. Haluaisin tietää, että tämän alkuperäisen lähteen tästä. No, ehkä Yoshipi on se sanonut jossain sitten. Mutta okei. Enköhän mä kuullut tarpeeksi vastauksia tähän. Eli mun sarvet on mun korvat. Mutta nyt mä voisin mennä käymään tupakilla. Jatketaan. That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Siinähän sä seisot. Now that's settled. Arnvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vira. These are Galliana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Liz is trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Galliana would refuse it out of hand. No, tulkoon mukaan. Jos ne ei ole hostile, mikä se on suomeksi sitten, ja ne ei summonaa vastaan niiden primalia, niin mulla ei mitään niitä vastaan. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Tenshak, you've dealt with this Galliana before. I'll have you at my side. Ehkä se on nopeampaa nyt tätä kautta. Tämän läpi. Never thought that they'd come when these gates were open to all. Oh, you wish to pass through? Säästettiin hienosti aikaa lukemalla toi katsiini aikana. Tai mikään. Latausruudun aikana. Mitäs? Mulla oli jotain mielessä, mitä mä haluaisin sanoa. Ne ei oteta, että jos tää ei jaksa tänään pelata enempää, niin mitä mä sitten tekisin? Pitäisikö mä aloittaa joku uusi Let's Play? Niin. Let's Playssä puheen ollen. Mun piti upata se video. No, tämän jälkeen. Tenshak, Raban, Carl's it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Gyapania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will be returned to you when the meeting is over. Well, we will do as you ask. But you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we are going to get to a compromise, and you will have people standing guard. And we will. Let them keep their weapons. Swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to our meeting chamber. Most agreeable. Yhdet käärmet mä kyllä pieksin, jos ne heittäytyy hostaileksi, mutta mulla on erittäin huono track recordi siitä primalien summonaamisen estämisestä. Why do I have the feeling we have welcomed a viper into our midst? Padumts. This Galliana elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Tenshak? Maybe even the enthralled can learn to compromise. You believe an understanding can be reached. It is not entirely unheard of, I suppose. Those who followed Saint Shiva eventually saw reconciliation with Ishgard. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The god must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the science? I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamigan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Tensik. My thanks. I'll see you in the palace. Right. Nyt mä pistän video. Tai no, se on Pokemonin uppantuma. Itse asiassa. Tonnia. Pistän tän videon ihan kohta paussille. Noin, jatketaan. Tänään taidan pistää vaan yhden videon. Tänään ehkä mä pistän tämän videon sitten illalla. En niitä huomisaamuna. Niin saan 2 videoa päivässä. Mutta mitä mä pistän sitten seuraavana aamuna? No katsotaan. Tensik, I've brought reinforcements. Admiral told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Ishtal and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with Galliana tribe myself, but Alice's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananda. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lise was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Ishtal and I can stand guard without. That leaves the 3 of you to keep watch of the proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Aldin inside then. Tensik, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Lennellään yli. Ei tarvi harhailla tuolla sokkelossa. You are with the science, miss. General Aldin left orders that you were to be escorted inside. If you'll follow me. Vähän kyllä tekis vielä pelata jotain muuta. Tämä en kyllä taas tiedätte mitään. Otetaan vaihtelua.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Tuon tuoleen sinne.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Girabania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi!
Get out.
Lady of bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
God damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No piti muuten katsoa sitä obsidian karkkeleen.
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Ah, whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Tuleeko Sri Lakshmi Extreme? Ei. Instanssi. We fight her without leaving our allies wide open. I can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. If I think like that, we've already lost. I have the warrior of light at my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Tenshak? Lakshmi released during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. Yksi kai saa mennä läpi. Tää dansserina. Liikkumatilaa enemmän. Tankkia. Depsi hommia nyt. Eikä tarvi hiileriäkään. Ympärille. Enää joo. Tarvitsee tarkitoida tämmönen lähelle.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
Tässä on kuitenkin nämä samat bossimekaniikat. Näin ei tullut kenenkään päälle. Täytyy kyllä helpoksi. Mä voisin kyllä hyökätä tohon. Ehkä. Fuck. Niin joo, tässä ehkä katsottaa. Koetaan mitä vähän helpommalla. Se tulisi palloja, tulisi vähän vähemmän. Pystyisi tekemään vahinkoa kuitenkin. Ihan loputtomin kestä. Tietenkin täällä se on nopein.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
Lisää. Tähän tässä tuu kyllä varmaan yhtään vähempää kuin äskenkään. Bossi vaan kestää vähemmän. Hyökkäämään tuohon bossiin sekä...
I shall free you from your hate.
Mä feilasin äsken. Kyllä äsken vaan sait mahdollisimman monta yhtä... Ai se oliks siinä? Yhtä aikaa. En tiedä, ehkä tää oli tosiaan...
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Tekis kyllä mieli ottaa uudestaan niin ihan normalla. Mä sanoin silloin jo kauan sitten, että jos mä feilan, niin... Ja silloin täytyy hiltään. Annoitte sen resettaantua. Hei, minne sä meet? Sinä dance-partneri. Muistin just tota, että LPS:ssäkin voi laittaa dance-partneriksi. Shit. No hyvin olisi kyllä pärjää olla muakin. Tai kestät on kyllä muakin. Sitten nyt. Joo, aastekissa tapahtuu jotain hassua. Ja pisti teknisellä steppiin. läpi saanut ton developmentin tähän kohtaan päälle. Tuntuu, että menee vaan useampi sekunti hukkaan tosta, mutta...
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Kyllä se auttaa siihen. Direktiä. Mä vois myös käyttää ihan hyvin tohon standard steppiinkin. En tiedä mikä on se kaikkein niinku parhain vaihtoehto. Ilo. Tuolla käytä kaikkea iiteriäsi. Kill. Selviytyi, jee! Liityisikö se nyt vihdoin viimein meidän sajoneihin? Ei se liity. Mutta aina sitä voi toivoa.
We did it! We beat her!
What is this?
I'm only going to say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Seven hells. It's her. The butcher.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Mä kävän tupakilla. Mun selkä ei varsinaisesti silleen ihan hirveän kipeä, mutta seisominen on raskasta. Varku silleen niinku jumissa. Well fought then, Jack Aronwald. That was a near thing. Our stand against the Galliana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass. We were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Galliana keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Ishtla. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordal turned up. What was she even doing here? There. Asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Rakanfrid was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordal picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordal grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamigan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold a thousand meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face, if that's what it takes. It is a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alfino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They are a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We are all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you are not interrupted. Tenshak, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You have earned it. Tää taitaa olla se paikka, missä Zenos kuoli.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens.
BFF.
The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
Se voidaan tulla käymään uudestaan täällä.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
Sait just potkut.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted adviser ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted adviser? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another, yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
and it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
No, semmonen ratkaisu sitten. Sitten lopulta.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
Ihan voitais lukea nää tekstit tästä.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubon. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
Yesternight. Yesterday. Yesternight.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Oof.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humour, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye, that seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
Nah, fuck off.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
Well, that was unexpected, though you seem distinctly unsurprised.
No, satuin kuuleman.
Either you're more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
I think it's about time I headed back to Rolga's Reach. What's next for all of us? No, what's next for all of you? Alicia will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you have no objections. I'd welcome the company. Tenshek, why don't you come along to the Reach and as well once you have said your farewells to Nanama and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant. Okay, what's the point? No, sä sanoit, että mun pitää hyvästellä nämä, niin puhutaan nyt vielä Nanamalle. I've asked enough of you, Tenshek. My only words for you now are those of gratitude. Ok. Sitten kun completion of this quest. Sit vasta pääsen tuonne rooftopille. The gate at the top of these stairs leads to the palace. I can't let you in without proper say-so. Jotain puhutaan ollut tästä. Mitähän sillä mahtaa sitten olla? Minkä takia oli niin tärkeää, että peli ilmoittoi mulle tästä? Justko loppu samaan aikaan toi almuskuponki. No niin, se taas loppu. Well, here we are. Again. Ja Alice ei vaihtunut vaatteita. Niin kuin mä olisin toivonut. Wolfeno has regaled me with the thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Ishtala when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our ego-blessed champions nearby this time, but we need to keep a closer eye on the Galliana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Me heitettiin just päivässä pois tää meidän mistrasti. Ja ne petti sen. Ne Gallianat petti sen luottamuksen. Ja ne luotti siihen, että me päästään sisälle. Eli ne aiheutti uuden mistrustin, epäluottamuksen. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Viran tribe first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Galliana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army, out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Ball of Alamigo? Bull ei ball. Se oli kyllä vähän AT ja uutta yhdistävä. Ihan vaan Bull. Ei aata ollenkaan. We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller, independent groups. And when Conrad passed his command onto me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralgar's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Roban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice, assuming he accepts the post. Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. Resettlement? Oliko se nyt joku suuntamassa, että se luopuu sen kruunusta? En minä enää muista. Ihan sama. I don't give a shit. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. Mulla on pulloja elossa. Ei, en oo vieläkään siivonnut täällä. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Ja minä vaan tuijotan. Mä oon tottunut tohon, no onhan mulla ollut nämä vaatteet pitkään aikaa jo, mutta tunnistanut itteni noista vaatteissa, kun vaikka on vähän eri bodytype, mutta tässä vielä totuttautua siihen näkemään sitä mun ihan naamaa ilman hattua. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. Minkä sä jätit sitten Jotsujon? Mikä se oli? Jotsujo. Jätitkö sä sen sinne saarelle, vai otitkö sen mukaan? Kysytään näin päin mieluummin. But their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire. Okay. Joo, sä otit sen mukaan. We are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. Mä töihin. Jotsuju, joo. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? Käytät sun vähätkin rahat tommosiin herkkuihin. More sweetbreads. I surrendered my place to secure what few coins we have. Bah, this is like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come to you. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. How sweet. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Have you read the reports? First Duma, then Alamigo, and Lord Zenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I heard the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head, regardless. Nay, Lord Zenos lives. Eikö sillä ollut hauta? Se on haudattu. Että. Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by errors and misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then we shall soon put the lie to their claims. Mä voisin mennä käymään taas tupakilta. Ja voisin vaikka keittää kahvia. Nyt on maitoa ja kahvia. Yllin kyllin. Jatketaan. Mulla oli se eilen kävi mielessä, että aina kun tulee sitä Moogleja vastaan, niin, tai itse asiassa oliko toista, no eilen ja toisessa päivänä, aina kun tulee Moogleja, ne sanoo kupo, niin joka tekee mieli pelata Dissidia, tässä kun käydä välissä vetämässä 1-2 matsia botteja vastaan. Se on semmoista kivaa vaihtelua, että mä kaipaan tähän. Nursak, great timing. I was just about to send word to the Scions. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice to say, we are in good hand. Having the bull of Alamigo at the helm's done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultanate to thank for it. If you hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we are to maintain a presence at Rollicast Reach. This will continue to lead our forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. A bit too tirelessly, some might say. We are constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration. And I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now. Not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Sitä mä en pysty katsomaan, että onko kummin toi pitäisi sanoa. Koska japaninkielessä ei ole ääkkösiä. Kun pitäisi sitten sanoakaan tahansa, niin se on japaninkielessä sitten vaan Lakshmi. Tai se olisi varmaan Raku. Miten toi muuten kerrotaan sitten japaniksi? Katsotaan. Se on kuitenkin SH. Rakushumi. Wikipediasta löytyy Lakshmi tai Laksmi on hindulaisten rikkauden, valon ja tiedon jumalatar. No, jotain tämmöistä mä olisin ajatellutkin, arvannutkin. Hindulainen. Tai siis mä olisin veikannut Intiaa. Hindulaisuus taitaa itse asiassa tulla tosiaan kyllä Intiasta, että joo. Mutta FF14. Rakushumi. No joo, no okei. Taitkohan tossa oli olisiko tosta... Miten tuo pitäisi lausua, jos Wikipedia kertoisi? Tossa on toi, miten tuo pitäisi lausua, mutta... En tunnista tuota merkkiä. Täällä on selitykset. Se on ihan vaan Aalla. Okei. Tosiaan siis tossa on toi Laksmi. Tää on muuten aika selkeä, mutta toi A oli vähän kysymys mulle. Jos mä katson täältä, niin tossa on, no toi A ja R, niin Harry. Muutama S löytyy, tossa oli myös toi S. Niin siis, niin se on suhu S. Mutta mä en nopeasti näe katsottuna löytänyt. Eikö nyt tossa? Strut, Untied ja Trusty, Sang. Joo, se on ihan vaan alla, ei L. Alright. Jatketaan. Not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we have been keeping a close eye on the Kalyana, and it looks like they have chosen a new leader. It's Shanti's daughter, you know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As the things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Tai voidaan murhata kaikki. Kansanmurha. Tehdään hyvekset semmosia te. En kyllä vihjannut siis mihinkään. Meinaan vaan, että minähän en ole hyvis. Just like I've been reaching out to Fordola, she still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. It may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Tenshak, there you are. Alfino, Alice, is everything alright? You've received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say, only that we should come to Kugane right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alice is determined to make it a party of three. More than a dozen times, brother. My wounds are quite healed, and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister. I have quite given up trying to convince you. But that we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You will be joining us, I trust. I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be of even tangential concern to Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tataru await us at the Ruby Bazaar offices. Vähän halvemmalla. Mulla kävi mielessä tässä kohtaa, ennen kuin mä pistän tuon alennuskuponin päälle ja hyppään sinne, niin mä olisin käydä pelaamassa vaikka sitä Dissidia tässä välissä, mutta jatketaan tätä peliä. Yksi peli, mikä myöskin kävi mielessä, oli GTA. Koskenut siihen tuossa puoleen vuoteen. Greetings, Anand Madam. May I show you in? Tuossa eipä mulla sillä enää ihan hirveästi mitään tekemistä, mutta kuin varaan kerääminen. Haista on kiva vetää, mutta niitä on kiva vetää kavereiden kanssa, ei randomia.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor.
Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu.
I beg your pardon? I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
Accept. Aye, we'll find Gosetsu together.
Thank you. If Gosetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garleans' movements, and more besides.
Ja ei voitu mennä loppuun asti puhutulla näyttelyllä. The informant awaits your pleasure in the backstreets of Sanjo Hanamachi. From its shining facade, to its dark underbelly, few know Kugane as intimately as him. One of the finest informants money can buy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail. I'll give Soroban a hand. If he's providing us a ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado, then, let us seek out this informant in Sanjo Hanamachi. Mun pitäisi syödä kohta jotain. Varmaan itse enemmänkin täältä. This should be the place. Now we wait and see who comes. It has been a while, my friends. Yes, a long while indeed. Kuka puhuu tolla tavalla? Jaa. Mikäs tän nimi oli? I knew it. Tuli joku joku GO ja Y siinä oli. Toistu joku. Se oli joku goigo. Katsotaan miten väärin. Gyoro. Ei toistunut mikään, mutta oli siinä K, Y ja O. Any funny business and you know what will happen, I trust. No funny business. Only loyal service is the finest quality information. Of course, such quality does not come cheap. No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I have a mind to call lease. No lease, I beg you. No boots. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yotsu. High and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. Deceiving. And have you decisive information that the two individuals sighted here indeed Gosetsu and Yotsuyu? Alas, see them with my own eyes I did not, but the Imperials are confident. Yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of the contingent. But here is something they do not know. A rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Roigonen samurai appeared on Koganedori with a beauteous maiden and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. It was no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship. Well, that is interesting, assuming it's true. Did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No. Regrettably, I don't have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Shichiten. Now why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I think he'd lend you money. He will help you, I am certain. I will speak with him. I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure. But is it wise to let the Namasu out of our sight? No, he'll betray us. No more betrayals, no more boots. To divide our forces is simply more efficient. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up. And so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. Yes. We will go together, and there will be no boots. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Shall we reconvene at the pier later on? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alice has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? Kuka arvaa, että sillä ei ole sitä katanaa enää? Jos löydät... Vain sulla on pelkkä kriit. Tää ei ollutkaan ihan alkuperäinen. Everything in order. Let us proceed to Kogandori and find the master of Shofuku Shichiten. Search for the master of Shofuku Shichiten on Kogandori. Aloitan täältä. Se on kuitenkin tää viimeinen täältä. Welcome, good madam. Welcome. Will you be buying or... so you have heard tell of the Rogaden Samurai's katana. Well, a small wonder. It is a fine example of its kind. One moment. Se oli toi, arvasin. Koskaan peli aina sitä ensimmäistä. Eikä toista, eikä kolmatta. Se on aina viimeinen. I hope you have found our pawnbroker. Ja sillä oli se. Olin väärässä. Excellent work, Tenshik. And that is the katana. Näyttää samalta. Terässä en osaa sanoa, mutta toi. Kaikki muu tossa. There can be no doubt. It's Gosetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Gosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return. Yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I'll pay. Nay, my friend, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gosetsu is alive and well. You can wait, the science will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. Master Alfino, your kindness is touching truly, yet in matters of coin, would Mr. Stutterer not expect to be consulted? Come now, our friend would never have relinquished his blade where the need not great, and are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I am sure Stutterer will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come with this way. So good as to come with with. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umineko tea house, and thither did they set off. Jotlanka. Clamoring for dango. Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Mikä on dango? Tuossa menee ensimmäisenä joku hedelmä, mutta... Niin siis se on se, mitä se söi silloin. Ihan saman näköinenkin jopa tässä näin. Mut mitä tää dango sitten oikeastaan on? Hanami dango. Dango. Mä ajattelin, että se olisi ollut jonkinlainen niinku makea, vähän niinku tikkari tai jotain, mutta lämmin jäätelö tulee ensimmäisenä mieleen. Dango is a Japanese dumpling. Mikä on dumpling? Dumpling is a broad class of dishes that consist of pieces of cooked dough made from variety of starchy sauces. Siis on jonkinlainen pulla. Eli se on makea pulla. Okei. Tai no ei se nyt varsinaisesti sanoa, mutta tulisi ainakin mieleen, että tulee väri. No nää vois ehkä olla suolaisia, mutta tommonen mikä on kirkkaasti väritetty, niin miksi suolainen värittäisi eli kirkkaaksi? Makeaa myydään tämmöisenä ja ehkä suolassa myydään enemmän tämmöisenä. Että se söi, no katsotaan, onko ne vaihtoehtoja. It's a Japanese dumpling made with regular rice flour and glutinous rice flour. They are usually made in round shapes and 3 to 5 pieces are served on a skewer, which is called kushidango. The pieces are eaten with sugar syrup, red bean paste and other sweetness. Okei, no niin, joo, okei. Eli ei ole suolasta ollenkaan. Alright. Clamoring for dango. Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Eikö Jotsuilla saa olla? Mikä sweet tooth? Mikä se olisi suomeksi? Makea hammas. Makean himo. Some manner of god perhaps. But it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. Haluan ihan huviksi käydä katsomassa mikä olisi niinku... Paljonko tuommoista katanasta tyylin pitäisi pulittaa, jos on tämmönen tältä Market Guardilta. Se on level 70 ja joku... No vilassa kaikki 70. Se olisi kaikkein paras mitä löytyy. Mikähän ei tietenkään ole niinku ihan samannäköinen. Tai itse joku tämmönen etäyskatana. No okei, Terra on katana, mutta tää on enemmänkin tommonen niinku sapelli, saber. No katsotaan hinta. Eiku 30 tonnia ei ois huono. Tai siis paha. 5 tonnia. 3 tonnia. Tonni. Mikä on vähän lähelläkään. Tässä on kyllä hemmetin upea huotra. Mikä toi nyt on japaniksi sitten? Tykkään tästä väristä. Mut sen pystyy värjäämään itse. En se voi vaihtaa noin highlightit. No nyt se on enemmänkin itse musta. No joo, no. Ai vitsi, kyllä mä tykkään tästä. Katonko mä tän jo? Joo, katoin. Sitten tämmösiä vähän hienompia. Tässä 50 tonnia. Se on vähän sitä enemmän mitä mä kuvittelin. Tsukuyomi. 600 tonnia. 600 tonnia. 100 tonnia tai miljoona. 300 tonnia. 260 tonnia. Joo. Mites tän hetkinen kallein? Eiku itse asiassa on 100. oo vielä 100. Miksei? On kaikki level 100 sitten jonkun dunkun tai triaalin takana. No mitä tässä joutuu pulittaa? 10 000, ei edes paha. Mut niin. On kaikki sitten tyyli tämmösiä niinku Masterworkia tai jotain augmentedeja tai tämmösiä, että voihan sekin olla. Ei, mutta yli jos 90 kattoo. Ne craftatyt kyllä. Joo. 90. Niitä nyt sitten ei vaan ole vielä. 1,50 tonnilla. Siis tämä 1 000 000. 600 000. 300 000. 200 000. Mikä oli 1 000 000? Onko tää ensimmäinen? Joo. Saa kyllä olla törkyhieno. No, Huotran kyllä ihan törkyhieno kyllä. Mä en sinänsä tykkää tuosta. Iso pommeli. Okei, no toi on aika fancy. Tommonen hieno efekti siis siinä. No en sinänsä tykkää. Tykkään paljon enemmän sitä Seeing Hordesta. Oliks tämä? Ei. Shinryu? Ei. Mullahan on tää Seeing Horde. Tässä on hieno efekti kaikista. Vaikka aseena itsessään tää ei ole kauhean erikoinen. Mutta tässäkin on tää Vuotra, mikä on tossa on vähän tommonen koristi tossa. Tykkään. On 130 000. Että joo, hyvin olisi voinut heittää 100 tonnia Gosetsun miekkaa, mutta ei peli anna. Peli ei ikinä anna tommosia palkintoja. Mitähän peli antais? Anna palkinnuksen kuin tonni ehkä tai 2 tonnia. Sitten mä no, mitähän peli olisi sitten vaatinut multa. Ei sitten ainakaan katso Market Partin hintoja. Itse asiassa tuossa käydään täällä jossain Arms Dealerillä. Millä hinnalla saa myös katanoita? Taas sitten ylipäätään 40 tonnilla. Tää gladiatorimiekka on vähän halvempi, koska sen pitää ostaa kilpisanomalla. Tämä miekka plus kilpi on yhteensä tän 40 tonnia. Eli sinänsä, no siellähän se on. Se kilpi. Et sinänsä. Tämmönen perus shaiba nyt on 40 tonnia, niin jos olisi vaikka 50 tonnia pyytänyt multa, niin no on se aika paljon, varsinkin ottaen huomioon, että jos peli ei anna mulle kun tyyli se, no vaikka maks 5 tonnia perin, sit se pyytää multa ne 50 tonnia. Aha. Että mä olin ton katoksen alla. Mutta peli ei anna mun edes ei edes anna mun yrittää maksaa mitään, vaikka itse haluaisin. Isossa se on mahdollista, jos haluaa privata jotain, mutta siinä on yleensä vaihtoehtona, tai se on vaihtoehtona persuadata tai intimideitata. Tosin ne vaatii sen skill pointit niihin, mutta tässä on tossa. Mut vaihtoehtona on maksaa, tosi eikä sekään ole koskaan kyllä tyylin paristaakin illiä kuin kultaa. Et se mitähän siinä kun talot maksut yliin, mä ottaisin hommat jonkun talon, se medium house, joka oli 200 tonnia. Niin verrattuna tämän noihin pieniin hausseihin on yli sen 3 miljoonaa. Plotti plus talo, niin 3 miljoonaa. Se ei ole. No siinä ottaa parista giliä. Ei sinänsä, ei vähän kultaa. No en tiedä. Mutta jos haluaa hypätä jonnekin, niin se on ehkä sen mitäs se onkaan. Yli 100 kultaa. Sitten se kun kerran hypännyt, se hyppää yli tonnin. Ja sitten se lähtee siitä taas laskemaan, että jos siinä vähän jotenkin jostain syystä halutaan estää sitä, että ei koko ajan hyppää paikasta toiseen. En tiedä mikä pointti siinä on, mutta tonni oli aika paljon siinä. Tähän mulla oli itsellä rahaa muuten. Mulla oli itse aika vähän, koska mä kehitin sitä mun ratsastuskykyä kaikilla mun. Tähän mulla oli 25 hahmoa. Ja yksi ratsastuskerta on semmosen 250. Joka ei muistaakseni ollut ihan hirveästi, mutta kyllä se alkaa 25. No mitä mulla nyt olikaan 20 hahmoa nyt ainakin. Kyllähän se alkaa käymään. Mutta mä voisin käydä tupakilla ja syödä samalla jotain, että jatketaan kohta. Jatketaan. But of course I remember. How could I forget a bear like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scuffing down Dango as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of the reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokase holstery, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. So Gosetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yotsu. While doubts remain over the identity of Gosetsu's traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier and make ready to sail. With luck, Alicia will already have joined Master Soroban and Mistress Tataru there. Vahvo Jossi. Mä olin muuten dancerina. No. Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alice arrived mere moments ago. All went well at my end. Yoro met with an imperial officer and wheedled his way to some new information. Musta tuntuu, että se pitäisi olla Yoro. Pitkällä olla. Katsotaan vielä. Se on. Ei tossa. Tää on Lodestone. Tää on pelaaja. Ei, tää on pelaaja. Tää ei näkynyt siinäkään. Löysin questin, mikä nimi on Waiting for Kyoto. Japaninkielinen nimi on Katsuge jo Namasu. Kiitos tässäkin. Kertoo taas hirveästi. Olisiko täällä mitään linkkiä siihen Kyotoon? Ei oo. No ehkä täältä sivulta pystyy oikein erikseen. Kyoto. Ei täällä ole mitään muuta kuin vaan pelkkä Waiting for Kyoto. Ja sitten Namasu. Katsotaan Namasusta. Olisiko täällä mainintaa Kyotosta? No joo, okei, mutta ei. Notable members, mutta Kyoto on ensimmäisenä, mutta ei ole linkkiä siihen. Tää on Lodestone pelaaja. No eikö oikeasti oo? Yleensä kaikista hahmoista löytyy omat linkkinsä, mutta... Ei sitten. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Kalemal. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the River Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they'd picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You used Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana at the asking price? Well, we were in some haste, and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here's the contract of sale. Pray to see that the man is paid. Thus, Beard, you agreed to this. Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. But Alfino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the office as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. First, let us go to the ruby price. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him. No, ilmeisesti ei ollut ihan hirveän paljon. Tosi ottaen kyllä huomioon että niinku... Jos oli 50 tonnia, niin... Olisin kuvitella, että se olisi niinku... Pyllähtynyt pepulle, että... Miten hirveän määrä sit joutuu pulittamaan. Jaa, sen tulisi instanssi. Kyllä mä tarvitsen käydä siellä tupakilla vielä toistamiseen. Sittenkin. Mä just tajusin, että olihan mulla muuten taputus-emootti täällä jossain. Missähän ne mahtaa olla? Omat hymiöt. Kun ne sitten näy täällä. Se voi olla että nämä kanavahymiöt. Tää ei näytä mulle kuin... Niin jo itse jo tossa. Franco Face C. Oli sitten varmaan jotain toisessa kautta. Nämä on kaikki ei-animoituja. Siellä oli animoituja sitten jostain muuta kautta, mutta kai ei nyt sitten näy tässä. Mulla oli kyllä taputus-emootti. Kun käväs katsomassa vielä Twitchin kautta. Mä voisin toki vaihtaa se. Koska mä tykkään papercrack-pistä. Mutta miten noita kanavain emootteja sain, en muista. Ei, mutta olihan mulla toi... Niin, olihan toi Miu animoitu. PTTV. Tommonen löytyy. Voisin kyllä vaihtaa ton. Näkyy tuossa. No joo, ehkä se on. Tai ei ole tämän hetken asia, ongelma. Ihan kun niitä kukaan käyttäisi noin muutenkaan, mutta jatketaan. Voisin vetää tämän vaikkapa. Milläs mä en ole pelannut pitkään aikaa. Pelataan vaikka Viperina. Vaihteeksi. Tatar seemed rather vexed, did she not? Even the melodramatist, ever the melodramatist, I'm sure our finance can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. But I digress. We have work to do.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries. What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Yeah!
come.
And opening of the furnace is nothing.
Mä tiedä, tällä pelattiinkaan. Tässä oli nää
Leave this to me.
omituiset nää rotaatiot. Jotakin ääntä sujalla. Kuulee omaa ääntäni. Siellä pitää nappeja mä paina. Tää katso tarkemmin, kun mä levutan nää. Näin. Paina vaan nappeja nyt kohtaan. Vissiinkin tänne ylös.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Gozetsu!
Hän piti katsoa. No, en mä kyllä sitä varmaan.
We took too long. Change of plan. Eliminate hostiles.
No, katsotaan nyt. Kertaa ihan päin pyllyä. Obsidai väli N. Obsidian Carbuncle FF14. Redditissä kysytään niistä. Does anyone have screenshots of those true? My Google foo is failing me. Ludeista on jotain Obsidian Carbunclesta. Ei jotain pelaaja. Obsidian Carbuncle Mock Station. Ei, tää on edelleen se pelaaja. Miksi se on siinä ylimpänä? Aiko Obsidian... Mä olin aika varma, että sen pystyy jotenkin saamaan. Jos ei sitten Mock Stationista, niin jollain muulla tapaa se oli kai piti pystyä saamaan, mutta... Niin kuin joku Collector's Edition tai jos jonkun statuen mukana tai jotain. Yeah, okay. Ruby is apparently Alphina's equivalent to our Topaz Carbuncle DPS pet, while Obsidian is his tank pet, Amber Carbuncle to us. They do not seem to have special attacks or powers aside from being insanely more efficient than ours. Joku on korjaa tuon sanomisia. Eli Ruby apparently is Alphina's equivalent to our Emerald Carbuncle DPS. Alright. No ei sitten. Musta Carbuncle toimisi mulle paljon paremmin. Tosin toimikäyttö on näyttänyt. Onko se olisi se Obsidiani?
All forces, attack!
Ihan valkoinen. No katsotaan mikä ton nimi. Onko tuo Obsidian vai? Eikö se on Moonstone Carbuncle? Okei. No. Mikähän toista, onko se healeri vai? Onko se niinku... Kyllä siis joku niinku dotti. Bossin kipussa. Tapataan äidit ensin pois. Self-detonation. Aha. No, enköhän mä tuossa. Hangeli.
The art of my forebears.
No 3. Mitä monta niitä on? 4.
Focus. Release. Game over, kun se tekee se. Se olikin viimeinen. Antoi siis vulnerability, se oli viimeinen, ettei haittaa mitään.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens!
Yugiri, my friends, The Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Onko sillä amnesia tai jotain?
Friends.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
Arvasin.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
As Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yotsuyu to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go and see if I'm right. Kyllä kävinkö mä sillä tupakilla, niin kun mä aloitin tämän näin. Voisin käydä taas kyllä tupakilla. Gositsu, thank the gods you are safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. and it was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Tenrek is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. Greetings. They tell me you have lost your memory, and that's fine. But I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off of you. Not for a moment. These people are strange. Are you sure they are your friends? They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have naught to fear. Alright, if you say so. Right. This past time we set sail, I for one would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause. Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget, the rich cousin bear no love for Yotsuyu either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores near Isari, but out of the village's sight. Here is where we part ways, my friends. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Tenrek, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. As the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Zion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. Oh, come along. Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Gose's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it. Eli siis mitä Alise nyt sanoi, oli pelaajahataloissa, niin sanotaanko 4 miljoonaa. Which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. This business venture of Soroban's, you will give it fair hearing, I trust. He has been good to us after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. Katsotaan mikä tuolla small housingin hinta. Koska se ihan väärin, että onko se mukaan 3 miljoonaa plotti plus talo? Ei se varmaan. No, katsotaan. Private Chambers on 300 tonnia, mutta se nyt ei ole talo. Apartment. Sekä ei ole talo. Private Chambers taitaa olla FC-tommonen juttu, ja sitten apartmentti on 500 tonnia, mutta se on vähän niin kuin kerrostalossa olisi small plotti. Tosin tää on varmaan vanhaa tietoa, koska nykyään on kaikki niinku samaa hintaisia kaikki, mutta this cost between 1,5 miljoonasta 3,75 miljoonaa. You can build a small cottage on your piece of land for 450 000. Katsotaan uudempaa tietoa. Wikissä, ei PC Gamerissa. Okei, ne on siis niinku, nyt kaikki nykyään samaa, mutta niissä ei tule mitään alennusmyyntejä nykyään enää. Jos se on jonkin aikaa tyhjillä, niin se tulee halvemmaksi. Eli fifth class plot, eli huonoin mahdollinen paikka on 3 miljoonaa. First class plotti on 3,75. Siihen päälle vielä talo, niin se on 3,5 miljoonaa. Eli no sanotaan 4 miljoonaa ehkä. Tosin no, ehkä toi pitää Alice sanoa, että enough to buy a house and furnish it. Se ei välttämättä ehkä niinku vihjaa tuohon kaikkein halvimpaan mahdolliseen. Että third class plot 3,75. Plus sitten furnishing. No joo, 4 miljoonaa. Tosin mikään miekka ei kyllä siellä Market Partillakaan ollut niin paljon, että miljoona oli pahin. Tosiaan Vallisekaan ilmeisesti tiedä sitä hintaa. A blade like Corsetsus is worth a fortune. Se tietää, että se on arvokas, mutta se ei tiedä tarkkaa hintaa. Enough to buy your house and furnish it. Mä veikkaan, että se yliarvoit sen hinnan. Miljoonalla ei vielä saa taloa. Jos se olikin niin paljon. Mutta kyllä mä nyt käyn uudestaan sillä tupakilla, jos mä en käynyt vielä aikaisemmin. Tai siis, jos vaikka mä olisin käynyt aikaisemmin, käyn uudestaan. Jatketaan. Lisäsin muutaman emotin tänne mun kanavalle. Ja nyt se B-Pop-läppikin toimii. Nyt se päivitetty tonne. Chatissa se toimii, mutta ei nyt tullut vielä tänne striimiin. No miten vaan. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though we have not at the enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fears, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow as swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Namai. Well, all is well. Good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed. Quietly, if you please. No, mä olisin vaihtanut ninjaksi, jos olisi antanut.
My lord Hien, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow, for we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope, one which I have clung to ever since. Gosetsu, full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications. Rise, my friend. Tell me everything. The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it will end with her capture or her death.
Are you a friend too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to. Don't let her take me away!
It's all right, Soyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl and listen to Yugiri.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
Thank you for delivering ghosts back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us. And repeatedly at that. We have much and more to think about, but as regards to the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you have come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I will not have you thinking we have been idle in your absence. Tajusin musta, että sillä on... No sillä on hyvin värikkäät nämä sen vaatteet, mutta tämä kohta just on ihan samanlainen kuin tuossa sen katanan... Mikä on katanan huotora japaniksi? Katanan huotora eli saja. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace. I'm pleased to see you. See you. Mistä toikin taas tuli? I'm pleased to say And we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there is a place here for those who fled to Ayrshire. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Hien, and I have no doubt that your subjects at Rönastol will be heartened to hear that their Lord has not forgotten them. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that Gorsitsu and Yugari would be back by now. Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Chifuya is nowhere to be found. Oh, he was here when I arrived. For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord, but I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. That does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. We should be glad of the help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you will be better able to coordinate our response. Ha, and there I was thinking I was in charge, but you have the right of it. Go on then, I will mind the house. You seek the captain. He passed by a little while ago. I wondered if I should tell someone, as it happens. He did not look well, you see. Asked if aught was the matter, and he told me the past had caught up with him, but I doubt it was that. They are older men in our ranks. Subaru. Captain Chifuya. He was headed for the northern entrance when I saw him last. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more. Indeed, I just said as much to Mistress Alice when she came asking earlier. Is it something amiss? Kun liikkuu tää alue, vai onko mä koko ajan ollut ihan jossain muualla? Kyllä se on varmaan liikkunut. The captain went outside some few bells ago, and looking quite unwell. I'm sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Gosetsu, who straightway struck out after him. I hope they will be alright. Gosetsu too. It seems everyone is bent on joining the search. That's all That's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, Tensek. Alfino and I shall hold the fort. Tätä kautta.
By the Kami, your Lord Hien, Leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
By the Kami.
She worked in my establishment. Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. She may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her. He sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. It was no profession for her, but I knew she would be popular, and so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze. The rest you know. She became an imperial informant, and for her loyal service won the office of acting viceroy.
While you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became. Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yugiri?
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
Forgive me. Now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. Näkisikö jossain, että mikä hantti tää oikein on? Mikä tieri hantti tää on? En tiedä. Tai siis en tiedä. En edelleenkään tiedä, kun ei näy missään. Joku hantti toi kai on. Voisin ehkä saada se yksinään hengiltä, mutta ei kiinnosta. I thank you for your help in the search. Gosetsu has told me all that transpired. I will not presume to defend the life of Chief Fuya late before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I will only say this: the Chief Fuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depth of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. While you were out searching for Shifuya, mun tekee uudestaan nyt käydä tupakalla. Mä tiedän, että siitä on ehkä niinku vartti. While you were out searching for Shifuya, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil. Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed and appears bound for Castrum Fluminis. I need to go there and ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to minimum. Yukari, Tenshak, can I count on you? Niin kuin miten se mukaan vaikuttaa mihinkään. Jos me mennään yksin sinne, niin päästään ehkä poliittisiin kysymyksiin, että niin mitä ne tekee siellä. Ihan kun ne ei hyökkäisi meidän kimppuun muuten. Kysyttiin me tai ei. Joukalla sinne, niin ei suostu mihinkään keskusteluihin ja hyökkää. Ilmeisesti tämä on se logiikka. Alice and I fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the lands of our friends and allies. We would be glad of the help. You are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe. Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them and, should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well, we shall depart at once. Do take care. What of me, my lord? The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. As you wish. Pray stay close to Tenshak and Yugiri. Well, guard duty, and not a breath of protest. Now I have seen it all. To Castrum Fluminis, then, let us find out what the Empire's game is. Valinta. Eikö mutta pääsenkö mä sinne edes? Namaan kautta sittenkin. Kai sinne jossakin tosta olisi päässyt. Luolan kautta toiselle puolelle, mutta en nyt jaksa vaikka etsimään. Vai vaan päätin semmosella. Pärsi tulee taas kyllä nopeasti kipeäksi. Selkäkipu on kyllä helpottanut yhtään. Tai siis eilisestä on, mutta ei tänä päivänä ole muuttunut miksikään. En tiedä kauanko mä jaksan. The area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum.
smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Doman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Tämä mulkero.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, ambassador plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady. It is true, the former acting viceroy is my sister, yet bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, his radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Doma.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
On kyllä niin lyötävän näköinen naama, että... Visual escort our guests across the river to the enclave. Yugiri, pray go ahead and to the Yuzuka manor. Yugiri, pray go on ahead to the Yuzuka manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. Muistan katteluni pistin sattumalta jonkun yhden katsiini, missä toi on mukana. Enpä. Se tulee selvästi No, jossain vaiheessa vastaan. Lord Hien and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you are ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. All are free to travel in and out of the enclave. Use sick passage. Ei sinne muuten edes pääse muuten. Oliko se? No, ihan sama. Oli tai ei. Mä ajatellaan, että tässä sen pääsee helpoiten. Pysytään. Paitsi että tää on yhtään nopeampaa. Saattaa olla hitaampaa. There you are, Tenshik. So, first things first. What do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an eater right now, courtesy of the Onishishu. Be sure and attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior of Light seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. Sitä olisi helppo mun käyttää, jos se näkyisi kartalla. But on to the matter at hand, the ambassador and his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. Want you there when the talking starts? I was served to send a message to the Empire that Elsie and Doma stand united. I'm not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alfina and Alicia will also be there. You need only eat, drink and look imposing. Sigil come. Ei hirveästi anneta vaihtoehtoja. Oh, very well. It promises to be a dull affair, to be sure, but you have survived far worse. When you are ready, come and join me at my humble abode, the Kienkan. The guardsman will see you in. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in?
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgin's practice of it, his radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korgin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed, many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history. My comrades and I would change all that. We, populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in imperial policy, and at last the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear. Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe, and I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange. Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy.
Yotsu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
Miksi sitten voin vaan suoraan sanoa, mikä tilanne on? Se on menettänyt muistus eikä varsinaisesti se on meidän vanki. Mutta nyt mä voisin käyttöpaikalla. Jatketaan. Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They had naught to gain, but divulging the details of the internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. Do you think this might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps. Though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsu may have been the acting viceroy, but she is no Gallian, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. All in all, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hien. While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Tenshak, let's leave Alfino and to dispense his copious knowledge. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakasuki. Go on, keep Alicia company. We are safe enough for now. Well, thank freaking Jeebus. Tarvii lukea enempää tekstiä. Tuohon liittyen ainakaan. A chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Denshik. Though now no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we are left with the eternal question. What to do while they prattle on? Tulee mieleen toi craftaaminen. Aseita ei käytetä, mutta jokainen crafti on niinku oman bossifightinsa. Alright, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words, and it's not as if will be missed here. Or will we? Dun dun dun. Tai Q. Toi. V-sossin toi. Or will we? Or are we? Tossa, or is it? Löytäisinkö mä? Or will we? Tensek, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugeri and Asahi was it? You have some business with Tensek. Business? No, bless you, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed Slayer of Gods and Champion of Earth. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget you are an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is it that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the woman who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to at least thank her for containing the threats posed by the Koshin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugeri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? I'm quite sure he will be safe with you, Yugeri. Come now, Tensek. There is naught else for us to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision. And were we not this moment discussing how best to learn more about the current state of Doma? It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangsha. Might we start at the town of Monsen? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you will follow me. Eli pakottaa tekemään asioita. Se vielä kysyy tolleen, että haluatko tehdä asiasta? Ihan sama mitä mä vastaan. mitään väliä, mitä mä vastaan siihen. Taidaan vetää tämän quest ja sit se lopetella kyllä. Nay, can this truly be Monsen, home to the cream of Doma Samurai? I'd heard that Yotsuyu intended to send some few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up in protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can begin to make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult. Once our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. If you would have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. It is a travesty. A travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day, when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true popularist. The needs of the people must, of course, come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to me seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. Omituisia vihollisia. Magatsu. Tuolla on päämillä isot korvanlehdit. Vähän muistaa jonkinlaisia noita. Joitakin noista. Mikä on depiction suomeksi? Depictioneita. Ready to cast off. Ja jatketaan. Pitäisikö mä tän jonain muuna? Pelasin bardina. Se yhden dunku. Dancerina mä oon vetänyt jo jonkin verran. Tää ei nyt vaikka sille, että mä haluaisin ehkä välttämättä olla healeri. Dark Knightina mä oon ollut. Paladinina mä vedin sen jonkun. Samurana mä vedin jokin aika sitten jo. Reaperina on vetänyt jonkin verran jotakin. Red Magena mä vedin. No vedetään vaihteeksi Pictomancerina. Ready to cast off. Viper ja Pictomancer kuitenkin on mun vähiten pelattu jopit, että ei varmaan tule kellekään yllätyksenä.
Get back! I'm warning you!
Someone's in trouble. Are you all right?
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
No niin, mitäs siellä taas pelattiinkaan? Pelon tällä siis kerran aikaisemmin.
Away with you! It is nothing.
Dashi. Johtaja.
Leave this to me. No course.
Näinkö näin? Tiedä yhtään mitä mä teen tässä, mutta ihan sama.
The art of my forebears.
Taste my steel!
Mä vähän uspasin tuossa katsoa, että olisiko sitten pitänyt pelata hiilerinä.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
How noble of you.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsuyu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
Not about that. The true reform can only come from within.
I knew you would understand. You have witnessed such change firsthand, after all, during your time in Ishgard.
Dark Knight. Seuraavalla kerralla. Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eosia in action, and few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least few who lived to tell the tale. Mä sanoin, että lopetetaan tähän, mutta vedetään tän Asahi-jutut loppuun. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord, but what of Namai? You seemed so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in my company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would, and with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Tähän mä sitten tekisin tämän loppupäivä. Videoiden katsominen on kyllä aina vaihtoehto, mutta mä mietin, pitäisikö tehdä joku lyhyt random let's play. Tai no, lyhyt video Dissidiasta YouTuben tähän perään. Mulla on kyllä innostusta pelata nyt. Ja sitä pääsy läpi. Se oli solidi. Ei kyllä ole innostusta nyt pelata Dissidia. Poem tekisi ehkä vähän mieli pelata, mutta siinä nyt ei mitään pelottavaa tällä hetkellä. In and out of the enclave. Enclave. Do you seek passage? Miksi mä luen näitä? Ehkä mä vaan katon videota. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Goshin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without and keep watch over our guest. Well, we had best not keep him waiting. You are expected, my lady. Shall I show you in? Mietin, että pitäis mut ottaa se hattu pois päässä, niin kun mä puhuin sen yhdessä kohtaa jo. No, kun peli antoi mulle vielä tilaisuuden, niin ollaan ilman hattua. Opitaan näkemään tätä mun naamaa. Mä en kyllä pysy yhtään nojaamaan. Ei onnistu. You accompanied her and Asahi on the tour of Yangsha. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki. But I gather your time was spent well. Until the ambassador affords Yukiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Goshin here. Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Only one that I am aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yangsha, we will need to increase patrols. To you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. I smell a ruse. Judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? I still don't think he can be trusted. Then the question of what his true intention remains. Then the question of what his true intention remains. Then the question of what his true intentions remains. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game, for now at least. Well, prospering summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Gojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alfino's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we have identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanna was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Goshin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted the stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing Primal's return rests on denying the Red Goshin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they want to collect. For this I plan to enlist the aid of our friends the Blue Goshin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunshin and his people, and with their support I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is what we can do to help the populares garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind. Ajattelin, että me oltais nähty mun hahmoa enemmän, mutta ei sitten. Pistää hattu takas päin. Ai, okei, tää jatkuu.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company. The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Garleans shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you?
No.
His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I mean.
No, siinä tapauksessa en huomannut mitään.
I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
Jatketaan vielä ilmakypärä. With Yotsuyu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all, if her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. Every part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. To you, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I am a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here in Yanja. This will take time, of course. Of course, you may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Koshin and the Aikaan. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young Domans from a band of Koshin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The plight of the Red Koshin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have been needed saving. The people of Duma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Koshin or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Gosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. No, kyllä mä alan tottumaan jo tuohon mun naamaan. Ei ku... Mähän on täällä. Ei tässä sitä virhettä, että hypätään jonnekin kauemmas. Joo, siinähän se heti ulkopuolella. The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminis. Let us be off.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha. Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy. What in the... Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
Good luck with that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne?
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the crown-bloody prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos. Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Se on henkilö, jolla on erittäin lyötävän näköinen naama.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire.
Oliko se haaste? Haluatko se kuolla tähän paikkaan just nyt? Sä yrität rakentaa tässä rauhaa ja nyt sä tulet kertomaan mulle että niinku, tää on pelkkä ruusi. Voisin tappaa sut ihan tähän samaan paikkaan. Lopputulos olisi varmaan parempi meidän kannalta.
My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Tiedätkö, että sen olisi tappoi itsensä?
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
It might very well be your last. Mutta kuten sanoin, mulkero. Se on muuten vihreitä tähtiä. Toi on erittäin vihreä. Vihreitä tähtiä ei ole olemassa. Sillä on yksi pinkkikin. Just menee ton sillä alle. Alle, taakse. Jää piiloon. Tosi fun fact, meidän aurinkohan on itse asiassa eniten vihreä. Mutta se hohtaa jokaista väriä, niin se on valkoinen. Mutta se on siis väreissä, siis valossa. Mitä mä sen sanoisin? Kun sanotaan, että onko aurinko keltainen vai punainen, niin kyllä se on. Kyllä se on keltainen, kyllä se on punainen, kyllä se on sininen, kyllä se on vihreä, se on kaikkia. Eli kaikki nämä yhdessä on valkoinen. Mutta se on kaikkein eniten vihreä. Jos en ihan väärin muista. Hetkonen. Katsotaan joku spektrumi tosta. Löytäisikö tuolla? Avsans Color Spectrum. No kun itse asiassa taitaa olla kyllä kaikkein eniten ultravioletti, mutta kaikkein eniten niin näkyvää valoa. Niin visible lightia. Se on eniten vihreä. No ei tänne mukaan kyllä itse asiassa sunlight spectrum in space as a function of wavelength. Eli se on sinisen puolella. Sunlight spectrum in space as a function of frequency. Ja se on kaikkein niitä punainen. Haa. Missähän mä muistin nähden se. No tossa näkyy ehkä vähän huonosti tuohon videolla, mutta no tossa näkyy sitä eniten syaania. Vihreitäkin on paljon kyllä tossa. No ok. Okei, jos nyt ei eniten, niin erittäin paljon se on vihreä.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
No se meinaa pettää meidät kaikki.
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Eugidi. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
It makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up with the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Koska sillä on älykkyys määrä 60 ja alle. Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, these possible emotions simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the woman who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Hei, se en ollut minä! Me ollaan BFFiä! Se nostappo ihan itse itsensä. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Gotchin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange, but you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eoser, but given the volatility of the situation, maybe it would be best if we remained in Kugan. Agreed. Between Oshiu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugan then. Tataru and the others must know of what transpired here. Tosiaan toi katsiin, niin se oli mikä mä silloin näin, ja mistä mä puhuin. Käydään tekemässä tämä vielä loppuun. Tästä tulikin melkein 7 tunnin video. Se on ihan ok. Eli tästä tuli sitten pitkä katsiini. No se on 3 minuutin päästä, saan 7 tuntia täynnä. Kuinka pitkä noi katsiinit yleensä muuten on. No, riippuu toki, että miten nopeasti mä luen. Sekin vaikuttaa. My, it seems you are all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We are pursuing a number of ventures to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tatur. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the science, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Tenjek should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. Forgive me, Tenjek. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. May I real... Sitä on niin pitkä aika, kun mä oon viimeksi lukenut tuon nimet. Menikö mä Raiolilla vai Riolla? Mennään Riolilla. May I Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Kalmar, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but he must play his game for now. Semmosta. No, just tuli tasan 7 tuntia täyteen. No kiitos kun katsoitte ja... Vai jatkuuko tää vielä? Tää jatkuu vielä. Mä oon tupakille. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes! We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty.
Oh yes, you are.
Who are you? Who are you?
Meanwhile, in the imperial capital.
are you feeling, my lord?
Eikä taas Zenos. Se on Zenos.
Fine, now leave me.
Zenos on elossa. No miten se hauta sitten? Oot niin heikko, että et saa edes itteesi hengiltä. Pathetic. Mutta näihin jännittäviin kovioihin jätetään tämä. Itse asiassa aika pitkäksi aikaa sitten. Kiitos kun katsoitte ja mä taidaan upaltaa huomenna. Tälle päivälle ei tule kuin yksi video sitten. Tai jos tätä joku kuuntelee huomenna, niin tälle päivälle tuli nyt siis 2 videoa, ja eiliselle päivälle ei siis tullut kuin 1 video. Mutta huomenna iltana rupean sitten pelaamaan sitä. Tähän mä teen huomisen päivän sitten. Ja mitä mä teen lopun päivää? Tai aina katovideoita. Ei no mä menen käymään sieltä paikalla. Mä jatkan vielä. En voi jättää itselleni tämmöstä cliffhangeria. Tosin tää cliffhangeri ei tässä varmaan avaudu kyllä vielä pitkään aikaa, mutta mulla on silleen väsyitä aika puurta. Mulla on vaan epämiellyttävä olo. Mutta nyt mä käyn tupakilla. Jatketaan vielä sittenkin. Kyllä mä taidan pienen lepotauon tässä kuitenkin pitää. Tällä kertaa mä lupaan, että mä en nukaha. Mä en tee lupauksia. Miten se sanoo? Kevyesti. Ihan pikkunen levähdystää, kun tarvitaan kyllä nyt. Joo, jatketaan. Pidin lupaukseni, en nukahtunut. Ja striimi on melkein mennyt yhtä pitkä aika kuin video. Video on mennyt 7 tuntia 5 minuuttia. Striimi on nyt mennyt 7 tuntia 9 minuuttia. Se oli alun perin siis mennyt tunti vähemmän. Kun mä aloitin tätä videoa, oli mennyt 2 tuntia. Jossain vaiheessa oli tunnin jäljessä, mutta nyt se on suurin piirtein samoissa. Jatketaan nyt vielä hetki ainakin. Ja mä tosiaan tajusin, että mun mutsi oli ostanut peruunta, kun viimeksi kun se kävi. Mun pitäisi tehdä ne pois ennen kuin nää rupeaa itämään. Mutta mitä mä syöisin perunoiden kanssa? Mulla on kyllä lihapulli, mutta jotain ehkä mielekkäämpää olisi kiva syödä, mutta but that's not here or there. Jatketaan. Attention. Impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Yen. Voi kuinka ollakaan. Pidin tauon ja just sopivasti tulen takaisin. Voi et. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Goshin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Guardian's part, the populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in the junction. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Niin joo, ja mä sanon mä sanon sitä uudestaan. Tää palataan vähän niinku taaksepäin. Silloin kun tää Stormblood alkoi, niin mä sanoin, että mä olen kuullut, että tää on niinku aika poliittinen. Ja siinä Stormbloodin main scenario questin lopuksi mä totesin, että no eipä tässä oikeastaan ollut mitään politiikkaa, muuta kuin se mikä Rubisin omistus, tai siis mikä hallinto olikaan. Mutta voihan se olla tää post-main scenario quest nyt, tai no niin, siltä tää vahvasti nyt vaikuttaa, että nää tulee olemaan poliittisia. Mutta katsotaan. Tää vahvasti nyt meni kyllä politiikan puolelle, kun toi mulkero, mikä sen nimi nyt olikaan, niin tuli tähän mukaan. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical conjuncture. Oliko se contract? Ei, kun junction. Ei contraction. Merkitsee kuulosti vähän omituiselta. Ei ollut ihan sitä, mitä mä olevinaan luin. According to the letter, Yosu's memory has just yet returned, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any chance in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi, sehän se mulkaron nimi oli, weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the enclave then. Lord Hien will be awaiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru. Laittaisin tohon chattiin sen kopioon emotin, minkä justiin laitoin, mutta ne ei vieläkään päivittynyt tonne. Syyttäisin opsia, että se ei näytä niitä oikein, mutta kun näkyy kyllä tuossa mun chatissa oikein, että en tiedä mikä siinä on. Katsotaan huomenna vaikka sitten, jos ne olisi vaikka päivittynyt. Niin, Siis mä olen miettinyt, että ehkä ne ei päivity ollenkaan, mutta kyllähän ne näkyy tossa jo aikaisemmin. Ne vanhat, mitä mä oon tänne laittanut. Ei kun niin, eihän tässä muuten näkynyt tosiaan sitä myytä. Se ei oo tässä mun chatissa, FF-chatassa. Se on PTTV, niin. Joo, okei. FF-chatassa ei ole animaatio. Emootteja. Mut joo, kyllä ne jossain vaiheessa tulee sieltä. Eiköhän. I trust, joo. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Ei kun hetkonen. Mä voin muuten tehdä niin, että... Aivan. Täältä jostain. Tuonne. Paljon nopeampaa, vaikka joutuisinkin juoksemaan ulkopuolelle. Mä tarvitsen koko tuota maata jo lentää yli. Come on. Come on. Tällä vauhdilla mä oon siis lentänyt jo. No, mitäs mä hypisin tähän sitten? Mun besti elää. Mä itse kyllä tiesin että se tulee jollain tavalla takaisin. Mä ajattelin, että se olisi kyllä oikeasti ollut kuollut, kun sille jotain se puhuttiin, että se haudasi jo tuossa aikaisemmin, että se jollain tavalla tulee takaisin, mutta no, miten se olisi tullut takaisin, niin... Okei, mä pääsen sinne suoraan, mä ei tarvitse mennä ulkopuolelle. Oma kysymyksensä. Jos tää nyt missään vaiheessa tulee ilmi. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Ah, I see my letters reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined into bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me a promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are here, however, I think it's high time he received some visitors. But you spare him a moment. Yotsu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Tenshek, Alice, shall we?
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
Mä näen ehkä yhden siinä.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. Siis mitä, onko se kulunut jo vuosi vai? Te et ole kyllä kasvanut mihinkään. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, you couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. He has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for leash and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyo is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yugeri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So, what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, fighting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami. A child's game. Even the veriest shinobi would not go to such lengths. Tai veriest. Minä sillä. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's not good enough for me. That's good enough for me. And everyone else, I would hazard. The matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service, and there is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The garlands are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Hyvä kuvakulma. Tykkäsin kyllä Jotsuyusta, silloin kun se oli semmonen piippua poltteleva. Kylmä ämmä. Ja sillä oli upeat vaatteet. Nyt se on niin persoonalliton. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. Edelleenkin se on kyllä söötti, mutta siihen se nyt vähän jää. Se polttelee sinään piippua. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. Jostain se oli siellä. But the Garlands will be landing in a matter of moments. If she fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the enclave altogether. Niin miten se on mahdollista? Karkasko se ikkunasta ja nyt sitten se on jotenkin päässyt jotenkin niin tänne... Tää päässyt meidän ohi. Kannattaisiko kysyä Gooset sulta ensimmäisenä, että missä se näkee sen viimeksi? Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lady. Lady. Lord. I don't rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Se pääsi jotenkin meidänkin ohi. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. The river. Come help me. No good can come of this. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but come help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility of her disappearance for all of this lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. To go on ahead, someone should let Yugiri know what we have learned. I'll join you on the other side. Mut siis... Miksi me vaivaudutaan etsimään sitä? Jos se on saanut muistonsa takaisin, ja ne Imperialit on just nyt tulossa, niin mä voidaan sanoa, että ilmeisesti hänelle tuli muistonsa takaisin ja hän lähti harhailemaan jonnekin, että voitte lähteä etsimään sitä, olkaa hyvä. No okei, jos sillä ei ole tullut muistonsa takaisin, niin sitten se lähti harhailemaan. Ehkä se vielä tulee jossain vasta takaisinkin. Mut sitten sillä uhalla, jos sille ei ole tullut muistia takaisin, niin me sanotaan sille Emparille, että voit lähteä etsimässä, niin me halutaan pitää sitä täällä. Toisaalta miksi me halutaan pitää sitä täällä? Empire voisi ihan hyvin ottaa se itselleen takaisin. Oli siitä hyötyä niille tai ei. Who gives a crap? You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we have learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surrounds. Alvino, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminis. Tenshak, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? Once the Namazu may well have seen our glory. Minä social butterfly taas menen pisemään ihmiselle. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the kami smile upon our efforts. Hetkonen, mistä mun tosta? Aika katsomaan, että missään ei ollut mitään merkkiä. Se olikin tommonen pieni. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, if there is anything you care to know, you need only a pale-skinned woman. I have seen no such traveler, I am sorry to say. Most sorry. Scale-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Gyoku. Melkein niinku Goku. I'm usually pale-skinned. Yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. Mitä täällä tapahtuu? Miksi se olisi äsken tolleen? She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. You see no sign of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. Paras olisi, jos se sais muistin siihen, jos meidän kanssa liittyisi ajoneihin. Ai vitsi. Se olisi paras outcome. Still no sign of Yotsuyu. Perhaps she is yet farther to the northeast. Yotsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking white-brimmed hat. Bambuhattu. Oliko tässä mitään pikanappia? Ei tässä ollut. Tarkentaa sitä first personi. Tai kyllä tässä joskus kai oli, mutta mä oon varmaan ottanut sen pois. Muistaakseni se oli V-ssä, mutta siellä katsotaan taaksepäin. Se talosuttaa aseen esille X:llä. Spiilottaa nuo kaikki merkit. C-llä se avaa ton mun karakteriruudun. B-llä katsoo taaksepäin ja B-stä pistää kävelyn päälle. Ja N-stä tulee crafting logi, M-stä tulee mappi. No, ehkä tässä ei ollut. Ehkä se oli joku toinen peli. Sä tulee, mutta ei se ole, joo. Esossa hyvinkin. A cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Tershak, before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the classroom. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai, by the kami. If the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yukari and I will check the baddies. The village square is yours.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Okei, siellä on tullut sen muistio takaisin. Se haluaa vaan hakea persimonin, niin koosit sulle. Aava.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
Vitsi, kattokaa tuolla nyt. Mä en saanut pysähdyttyä sitä.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
Tämä ei ole Jotsuyu, tämä on vaan täys
My lord,
luukkalaikki.
forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
Joo, Jotsuyu on kuollut, joo. Tämä ei ole, tämä on vain luukkalaikki. Hän on Tsuyu.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsuyu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry.
Näyttää tomaatilta. Keltainen tomaatti. Ei voi olla hyvä makuinen.
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Oliko tosta pakilla? Edetään nyt jotenkin jatku tästä. Ei jatku. Mä mietin, pitäisikö mun keittää kahvia. Voisi ottaa huomisen heräyskellon pois päältä, niin nukun vähän pidempään ja jaksaa sitten valvoa pidempään, niin jaksaa pelata pois. Sitten pitää käydä kaupassa ostamassa itse. Ei tehoa ei enää myydä. Jostain syystä sokerittomana. Eli siis monsteria. 6 tölkkiä monsteria ja pannullinen kahvia, niin jaksaa valvoa. Mut se ei ole tämän päivän ongelma. Jatketaan. That would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. It seems it was an offhand request of Gozitsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gozitsu finds the taste to his liking. Katsotaan. Miltä persimmon maistuu. Okei, sisältä se näyttää itse asiassa hyvin paljon appelsiinilta. What do persimmons taste like? Persimmons taste like no other fruit. They have a silky, slippery texture and taste kind of like the fabulous fruit love child of a mango and roasted sweet pepper with some cinnamon and dates in the background. Red persimmon is rich and tangy and sweet all the same time. Jos haluaa vielä tietää, mitä mainitaan tomaateissa, jotka on kuvottava makuisia. Ei tomato. What is this? Tomato flavor is commonly described as sweet, tart, tangy, and balanced. Tomato flavor is sometimes also described as classic tomato flavor or old-fashioned tomato flavor. The flavor of some tomatoes is described as mild or bland. Alright, tähän perustuen en luota yhtään siihen, että sweet. Mitä olisi disgusting? Täälläkin mainitaan, että sweet, missä se oli? Oli tossakin sweet pepper, mutta mangot on hyviä. Persimmon is rich and tangy and sweet. Tässäkin oli tangy. Mitä mennään tangy? Tai tangi? Kirpeä. Tai pistävä. Eikö kirpeä ole enemmänkin niinku saurohapon. thought. Okei, se on toinen ilmaisu. Pungent. Pistävä, tulinen, pisteliäs. Expansion tarkoittaa enemmänkin semmoista niinku nimenomaan kuvottavaa. No ehkä ei. Ehkä ei sitten. Mutta sitten anans. Pineapple is a sweet and slightly tart. No joo. It's sweet enough to eat plain or in fruit salad, or maybe a salsa. You can also bake with it, such as in carrot cake. Okay. No tässä mainitaan, että it's sweet enough to eat plain. Eli tomaattia ei kannata syödä pelkiltä. Minä sanon raakana. Eli sama juttu tähän perustuen. Myöskään permissionia ei kannata myöskään syödä pelkiltä. Mites mikä on appelsiini englanniksi? Mandariini ja appelsiini aina. Orange. The orange is known for having a sweet tart taste, and the juices just burst into your mouth and onto your hands if you push hard enough, and is commonly peeled and eaten fresh or squeezed for its juice. No, tossakin sanotaan, että eaten fresh. Mangoes are one of the world's most popular fruits, likely a result of its creamy but fruity taste. It has a slightly pine/evergreen taste with floral, terpene, and sweet flavors. As well, mangoes are cultivated in most frost-free tropical and subtropical regions, in India being the largest producer. No ei mainita, että se voi syödä pelkillä, mutta tämä on niinku world's most popular fruit. Tai one of the world's most popular fruits. Että joo, en luota yhtään siihen, että mikä se oli? Persimon on yhtään sen paremman makuinen kuin tomaatti. Jos tomaattia kutsutaan millään tavalla hyvän makuiseksi, niin menetätte kaiken mun luottamuksen. Mutta jatketaan. And they say fruit is... Joo, mä luin. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to custom fluminis and our meeting with the ambassador. Alfino and Alice should still be there, conducting their search. Tänään on ollut kyllä joustava päivä. Ihan kiva luo. Mutta mitäs? No, mulla on toiveet, mitkä mä mainitsin tosta Jotsujusta, mutta antakoon vielä, että mulla on myös toiveet sitä Zenosta. Milloin minä pääsen tapaamaan minun BFF:ni? It seems our imperial guests have already arrived. This time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
Mä en kyllä yhtään tiedäkään, että muistat, mitä tässä nyt sitten tulee tosiaan. Mut veikkaan vahvasti jotain, että... No, vahvasti ja vahvasti. Mun arvaus on, että se murhaa kaikki sen noi vangit, jos sillä ylipäätään on semmosia. juoksee meidän vankin kanssa pois. I knew better than to trust Asai, but that was a dirty trick. Unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gozetsu his precious persimmon. You have that look, Alfino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. Että voi jutella sitä matka-aikana. Tämä kuulee, että koko matka hiljaa sinne. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents, a misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord, forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone.
Again.
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Toi ei kyllä mun juoksutyyli.
Help. Help. Help! Help me!
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugani and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
What?
Oikein.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise.
Tapassikin.
You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Please. I don't want to die.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered, and still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
Mä olisin niin toivottanut sen tervetulleeksi meidän saajoneihin. We have recovered the Nauris's remains. Nauris's remains and will hold the cremation unknown. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gozo to myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Guardian's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. But that reckoning all is... If not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. Niin se sama. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Mun pitää mennä vessaan. Ehkä mä käyn sun autopakilla. Hienoa, en pissin kahvia tulemaan. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. Precaution. The main structure of Custom of Luminis is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal, while we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force. It is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, anteeksi, I will hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will keep a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before, and I won't be alone, will I, Tenreshek? I suppose not. Älä ole niin launistunut. Well, that was enthusiastic. Were you hoping to join Yugiri and Alfin on the Skalken mission by any chance? Mun ei anneta vasta. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consulting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alfino, and I shall be about our task. By your leave, Master Alfino, and I shall... missä sanoo tulle? Tollet, by your leave. Sitten pitäisi olla enemmänkin piste. Master Alfino, and I shall be about our task. Okei, pilkkukin käy kyllä, mutta... Hämäs, mitä se meinaa siinä. Ehkä puoli pilkku mieluummin. Mikä se sana on? Ehkäpä. Puoli pilkku ehkäpä. And we should be on our way to Onogorum. Time is short, and Rasho may take some convincing. Mutta niin mielelläni olisi ottanut kyllä Jotsikun meidän puolelle. Kylmänä piippua polttelevana. Pieni koko ero näissä meidän pärrissä. Se on roikellut niin. En keksi parempaa aikaa naisena. Kylmänä piippua poltteleva naisena. Joku sana, niinku lady tai beauty tai joku sana sille oli. Tämä nyt haen. No en keksi ihan samaa. Now there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of pilchreds such as we? You have come to offer Doman chains in place of Galen once. Then I'm afraid you are wasted. You have wasted trip. And what fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Joku rupes puraamaan siellä. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at the master's whistle. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all of this? Profit? Must you always think of such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Thought to kuurolliseinille. Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we are simple souls. You pay our tithe. You sail in peace. Deny us our due and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mistress Alice. We don't come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army, and as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garland's hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they are familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well, the Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. For me, the vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting the ropes wet. Not this Doman lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it shall be done in a thrice. Mitähän minä thrice? Eka luin se oli thrice, mutta kolminkertaisena, mutta that is the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on the deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. I thought it was a tyttö. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. En muista mikä tilanne se oli. Well, I thought the room was exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Se kahvi olisi varmaan valmista. Upon closer inspection, you spot a smaller crack in one of the planks. Oh. Ja suostu menemään tästä ylöspäin. No nyt se meni. You see no signs of damage here. Ihanashi, ihanainen nainen, ei se ole. I'm the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. On the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You are Lord Hien. The captain sent you to inspect the hull. Come and have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. This quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are Doma. I take it you are of Doma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they are releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no living once you have joined. How fares our lady? Is she seaworthy? Is she seaworthy? Liika ässiä. Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll fix it before you know it. I see you have met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to live this life, if he so chooses. I expect to see they are provided for. I've heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that also so easily put aside? Älä nyt kysele tommosia. Se tulee vielä toisia aatoksia. If I allow it, I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there is a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Noble. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yanxia or out on the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. Ei tonne. Misklik. Nyt mä haen sitä kahvia. Hämmätti mä vahingossa misklikkasin ja pannun tallennuksen pois. Mä jo mietin. Mä sanoin striimissä jotain, että mä tein niin että mä jatkankin huomenna sittenkin ja kerran mitä tapahtui, mutta no ehkä mä yhdistän näistä editointiohjelmassa. Mutta jatketaan. Nyt on uusi video sitten. En tiedä yhtään paljon monta tuntia mä asun tässä. No niin, no mä pystyn kyllä katsomaan suurin piirtein tosta, että striimiajasta. Tees mennä yli 12 tunnin, mutta en mä tässä nyt varmaan muutenkaan pitkään jatka. Eli jatketaan. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Siinä on väärästä. Joutuu odottaa sitten. Editointi kestää yli. No siis kestää pidempään kuin mitä mä oon tätä videoa tehnyt. Se tekee muutenkin sitä vielä pidemmän sitten. Tai siis isomman sitten videon koosta. Siinä menee sitten vielä pidempään vupata YouTubeen. It seems Yugiri and Alfino completed the task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray to the kami these precautions were unnecessary. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. Onko tässä pelissä ikinä tullut semmoista, että me ollaan tehty jotain precautioneita ja sitten ei ole tarvittu niitä? Se on ollut joka kerta itse asiassa kyllä jotain, että niin se on tullut tarpeellista. Ja arvaa jotain foulplayta ja alkaa valmistautumaan sitä varten. Näinhän se menikin. Eli arvauksia. Tullaanko me tarvitsemaan näitä meidän varotoimenpiteitä? While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transports for the Imperial prisoners smuggling trio. We will see if they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank, not far from the castrum. Mä oon jossain tuolla, mutta sitten mä juoksen tänne ulkopuolelle ja juoksen sinne ja tänne. Tää saattaa olla nopeampaa. Matka on vähän pidempi, mutta saattaa olla nopeampi. Ja tässä välissä on hyvä hetki nauttia meidän kahvista. Mun kahvista. En jaa teille. Your pot is assembled then. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange, that and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yukari, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. Miksi se niinku saman tien, heti kun on vapautettu, saman tien pois poikkeen. We, meanwhile, shall cover the escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the customs loading docks. She will see you safely home. Then all stand ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it. No, ei tuu taistelua ainakaan. Mutta näyttää olla runkulta. Teks mä oon vetänyt tän jo? Joo.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Siinä se on. Ihana juttu.
orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish.
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning!
Ja me tehdään... emme yhtään mitään. Vitsi mikä piippu.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Is strategic withdrawal.
Spare my pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
Suolata, kun mun tää pitää.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Doma. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Castrum Fluminis. No, ennen kuin mä vedän ton, niin mä tosiaan vedän tän soolona, koska peli on nyt sitä mieltä, että pitää vetää soolona. No, katsotaan pärjäänkö. Jos mä olisin level 100, niin kyllä mä sitten varmaan pärjäisin kyllä 70 levusille, mutta 70 levusta ei ole enää tässä kohtaa 90 helppoja. Mutta ennen kuin me mennään tonne, niin mä käyn tupakilla. Ja tosiaan mä oon ollut tietoinen kyllä tässä Tsukuyomissa koko ajan, mutta hyvin olen pitänyt itse hiljaa, niin kuin mä en yhtään mitään. En kyllä muista, tai siis en tiennyt, miten me tähän päädytään, koska en ole seurannut tätä tarinaa. Ja en tiedä mitä tässä tulee. Mä tiedän kyllä mitä bossissa tapahtuu, mutta se nähdään sitten bossissa. Eli nyt mä käyn sieltä pakilla. Nonni. Katsotaan pärjäänkö mä tämä tässä yksin. Voin vaan tehdä tän yksin. Ja tässä on ihan hauskat nämä mekaniikat. Extremissä, jossa sen tuli semmonen, silleen, että pitää olla tarkkana, hyvin tarkkana siitä, että tekee ne oikein. Ei se vaikeeta ole, mutta ai vitsi, mikä muija.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
Joo, näillä on damakella ainakin. Okei, toi tuli. Jos olisin ollut tankkina, se olisi pitänyt kääntää jonnekin toiselle puolelle. Tässä ei olekaan väliä, mutta
Your end is near.
Shit. Loskuuta. Se oli lähellä. Man. Not his. Nää. Okei, tää on paha tapahtuu, jos nää yhdistyy.
Beg for mercy. death will be all the sweeter.
Nyt tulee tämä vaihe sittenkö? Sitä pitää suojella. Tästä mä haluan sanoa että miksi me suojelta sitä? Anta sen näitä vaan tappaa, että se äiti ja isä. Päästäis helpommalla. Päästäis eroon sitä. Se on jo mikä toi oli. Sukujumista. Ei mitään pelastaa se. Mitään suojella sitä. No sinut mä tapan mielelläni. Tepsiä ei riitä tähän. Mä voisin yrittää vielä uudestaan. Depsinä, mutta olkoon. No, katson tuleeko se tässä vaiheessa. Jos ei tule, niin eikö on se just tämä.
In darkness blooms the spider lily. From mortal husk I rise anew.
Tulee se hauska
I
mekaniikka,
shall
mikä mulla oli mielessä.
prevail.
Täyseen.
Beg them.
Tää on kyllä paljon hitaammin tulee tässä. On normaali. Mä oon aika varma, että tässä tosiaan on Extreme-versio, missä toi tällä puolella saa olla paljon lyhyemmän aikaa. Pistetään kaikki.
Suffused with night, I shall prevail. Your end is near. yet! I'll grind you under my heel! Grind you under my heel!
Just nyt sammu. Mutta tuli tuommoinen.
I'll grind you under my heel! Grind you under my heel!
No, enköhän mä tässä selviydy. Kilpi on tärkeä pitää päällä. Hyvin se meni. Semmonen. 10 minuuttia 45 sekuntia. Soolosin. Vetän vähän tatalaa tähän. En tiedä, olisinko pärjännyt depsinä, koska toi teki mut aika paljon vahinkoa. Tankilta kun lähtee puolet heltässä, niin se on tyliin tuplasti mitä depsit kestää. Vois muuten kattoo. 140 tonnia. En oo. Eikö joo, 90, 140 tonnia. 140 000 puolet on 70 tonnia. Tavallaan depsillä taitaa olla 60 tonnia. Minä vaan katson vierestä.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Sä oot koko ajan silleen, että hyökkää mun kimppuun. Mun hahmo ei niinku liikattanut sormeakaan.
You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Mä oon aika varma, että tää meidän sopimus kyllä niinku karriutui niinku saman tien kuin tämä teki muodonmuutoksensa, että mikä Jotsuju teki sun muodonmuutoksensa. Mä oon aika varma, että sä pidät huolen siitä, että se on varmasti karilla.
But I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
Tosi mikä sun niinku oikeesti tää suunnitelma oli? Sä tulit tänne tarjoamaan niinku rauhaa, joka oli alun alkaenkin niinku dubious at most, at best. Sä halusit sen siskosta takaisin, okei. Sä sait sun siskosta takaisin ja sä pidit huolen siitä, että se summonas, sä sait summonas ton Tsokojumin. Nyt sä ite tapaat sen sun siskos ja hylkäät kaikki nämä suunnitelmat. Niinku, mikä on sun suunnitelma niinku, ihan oikeesti? Sä et oo tässä saanut oikeastaan mitään muuta aikaiseksi, kun se, että sä vaan, murhautit sun vanhemmat, okei. Ehkä sekin voi olla mutta... Ja sitten murhautit sun siskos. Että mikä on tämä sun niin kun suunnitelma, koska sä et ole nyt oikeastaan päässyt alkua pidemmälle. Ellei tää sitten ollut joku sun takaperoinen suunnitelmassa alun alkaenkin, mutta...
It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith. No one alive loves him more than I! Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance.
Pääseekö me molemmissa eroon nyt sitten? No Asahista ainakin.
These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives.
Okei, jos se halusi päästä siitä eroon, niin oli kyllä niinku aika takaperäinen suunnitelma. janos kostoa siskoansa kohden, joka ei ollut enää edes niinku sen koston arvoinen. Sitten se kuitenkin sai sen takas sinne ja sai kostettua sen, en minä tiedä.
Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you.
Good riddance. Ja ei, Jutsuju, ei.
What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
So you deserved a bit, kind of fate.
Her happiness was never to be. Not in this world. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Sanoisin, että susta olisi tullut hyvä sajuni. Mutta en sano, koska se ei pidä paikkansa. Mä olisin toiminut, että susta olisi tullut sajuni. No, ehkä se elää vielä.
Lord Zenos.
Koska nyt sieltä vasta lähti se sammoni pois. Ehkä se vielä elää. Eihän iselläkään kuollut siihen, kun Shiva piesti.
Lord Zenos. I am at your disposal.
Asahi, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable. But as a child raised to believe in the kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
Okei, mutta mikä pointti?
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord.
Ootko kuullut paperipostista?
My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone.
No.
Wherefore did the kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now, but our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here, but it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
How can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Okei, mä oon yllättynyt, että tää menee loppuun asti tää exchange.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
What?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Kyllä hyvin sanottu. That is but a minor inconvenience. Video game logics.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
Ah, shucks.
But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
En voi olla eri mieltä Alfinon kanssa. I believe in you, Alfino. Tosin mä veikkaan vahvasti kyllä, tai sit pelkää pahastuttaa, että niinku se otettais vangiksi vaan.
Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
No, nähdään sitten seuraavassa vanginvaihdosta. Nyt mä menen uudestaan tupakille. Oli pitkät kassiinit. Ja jatketaan. I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but the summoning. Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyo's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. This little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet waits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. It would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion. Sääli Yotsuyoa. Olisin niin halunnut, että sä olisit liittynyt meihin. Ja vieläpä semmosena kylmänä ämmänä. Piippua polttelevana. Kylmänä ämmänä. Vai vitsi, mikä nainen. Kissa haluu ruokaa.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Mä annan sille nopeasti ruokapin hetki. Part 3 hapus, mutta alkaa olemaan tässä kohta puoliin. Pituudesta päätän ainakin siis.
Ah, there you are.
Leikkasit hiuksessa.
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
Se leikkasi hiuksensa.
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
Se päätti ryhtyä munkiksi.
All of them?
Don't leave us, Gosetsu.
This is no forlorn and final farewell. Send me on my way with a smile, my friend.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Tsukuyomi kuoli, Gosetsu lähti, Alphino lähti. Gosetsu, fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kienkan. I will thank you properly. Vahva maku lopussa on kyllä suussa. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, reunited, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu, by building a nation which none need live in fear. I confess, I miss him. Miss him already. Otti erossa niinku minuutin. Heti sä rupeat kaipamaan sitä. Kun tiedät, että et näe sitä hetken aikaa. Okay. But the thought that he has at last found peace goes some ways to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not the fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gossetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that Kami had been so minded. Even now, I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate, to deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the Kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us. And that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. No, katsotaan onko tässä. Ei ollut. Tosi yleensä niin loput on tullut silleen out of nowhere. Luulen, että se jatkuu vielä, niin ei tuu semmosia cliffhangereita tai semmosia. Oliko yksi tyyliin semmonen? Se on tossa ihan alkupuolella peliä. As in Rem Reportin Postman Scenario QS:ssä. Joku asiani oli näyttäyty ja mitä siinä sitten olikaan. Mut sen jälkeen kaikki on ollut silleen, että jahas, tää loppukin tähän. Mut jatketaan. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Rolka's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Liz about Zenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. Sanoiko sitä puheen ollen? Mä ihmettelin että no, ne puhuu sitä haudasta. Mä ikinä sitä itse henkilökohtaisesti toki nähnyt sitä hautaa, mutta ilmeisestikään kukaan ei tiedä että miten se noussut takaisin. Ainakaan vielä. Ehkä se tässä tulee selville. Mun pitää mennä vessaan. Okei, erittäin kaukaa haettu teoria, joka ei varmana pidä paikkaansa, mutta mä oon iloinen, jos pitää. Ehkä Zenoksellakin on eko. Ja se on kuolematon. Se, että se... Tai no siis, no okei. Se on kuolevana, mutta se ei pysy kuolleena niin kuin minäkin. Se viimeisteli itsensä, sanotaan näin. Ja sit se spavnasi jonnekin muualle. Kuten sanotaan, kaukaa haettu teoria, joka ei varmaan pidä paikkansa, mutta olen iloinen, jos pitää. Tenusek, Alice, you are back. No, Alfino. It's good to see you, Liz. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on that what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke, God, this had better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Kalemal. I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself, but while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Tenshaks. She saw the Crown Prince through the echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. Xenos is alive. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Dallas gilded halls. What are you talking about? Thancred, what brings you to the Reach? Alphino had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I must look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside the coffin as our first order of business? As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right to defile, right? It doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, we can manage it. Xenos is buried at Bloodhow in the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Naiko, you are in charge until I get back. No, käydään katsomassa sitä hautaa. Nyt minäkin näen sen. Arvauksia. Onko tämä hauta tyhjä? Sehän vasta olisikin että se ei ole tyhjä. Mitä se sitten tarkoittaa? No, se tarkoittaa sitä, että se on impostori tai että sen onko on uusi kroppa. Ei, Matti, ei. Mulla oli se arvaus silloin, kun se asiainen näytti naamansa Varrikselle, että se olisi ottanut Xenoksen ulkonäön, mutta no ei. Se pitää olla elävä henkilö. Tai, no missä minä tiedän. No, vastauksia tulee nyt. This is it. Gods, he'd better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in doing of it. Shall we begin? Jännitys tiivistyy.
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
All right.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
Onko tää joku tuttu? Se on tutun näköinen mieskä, mutta... Tää on ihan standard issue. If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude that the rumors are true? That they are not rumors. They are visions. Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Zenos' resurrection. Good point, good point. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alfinos at the area of Asian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. Okei. Mä en kyllä tiedä missä vaiheessa Alfino on noin sanonut, mutta tämähän oli mun teoria. Heti alun alkaenkin. Tosin en kyllä uskonut oman teoriaani. You are saying Asian is walking around in Zenos' body. It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Zenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Ai, niinkö teki? Olet se vaan vähän sivaltia. Sitten sä puhutte, että siinä oli reikä ja nyt sä sanoit, että se lekkäsi oman päänsä. Anyway, Roban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralkas Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. Päätetään tankeriin laittamaan toi tonnin pannunkin vesien päälle takaisin. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Oriander over Linkburn and gave him a full report. Ishtala is on her way and should be here any... Alicia, Tenshak, it is good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Asian now inhabits Zenos' body, a doppelganger, might for the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Tenshak? Nay, Alfino had the right of it. For that his wisdom extended to the question of his... niin se Alfin on se teoria halusi että niin kun asian on kertomassa niille siitä summoningista. Sen teoria ei tosiaan kyllä ollut se, että asian olisi posessoinut Xenoksen. Ei se ainakaan näin suoraan sanonut, että... mihinkä mä jäin? For that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, and the shadowy web of the Paragons like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, we cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear, the icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. Okei. No toi melkein kyllä niinku varmistaa sen meidän arvauksemme. What are you doing feeling with that thing? I ask you a question, soldier. What are you? Have you lost your mind? Ah! I have lost my many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the final was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. No niin, seuraava pahiksemme. Tämä voisi olla hyvä kohta cliffhangerille. Ei ku... Tankin uusi quest. Tämä on päätynyt tänne. Missä välissä... No kai... Mä en kyllä muista, että sillä olisi ollut toi... Questi valmis merkki tossa aikaisemmin, kun mä tässä oli. Se jatkuu. No. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alfino. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and your encounter with this new primal especially. That sounds lovely. I'll put the kettle on then. The table looks free if you would like to take a seat. Okei, kiva vaihtelu. Tarve olla aina menossa. Upon sitting at the table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okei, missä nää tulee yleensä silloin, kun loppuun käsillä. Se ei ihan saman tien kyllä lopu silloin, mutta... Heti niiden jälkeen, mutta loppu on lähellä. Tässä mun käy tupakilla. Missä kyllä kun partti. Mä olin jo ihan varma, että tuossa tulee jotain muuta, että en saa juoda teetä. Tuleekin joku, että hei, meillä on jotain uutta tietoa tästä. Ai vitsi, miten mukavaa vaihtelua. Rauhassa istua pöydän ääressä. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susano, by the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods or kami reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea, and I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. Tällä kartassa kyllä tarvittiin niitä kristalleja. Susan tapauksessa mun ymmärsin, että sillä ei ollut kristalleja ollenkaan, vaan se keräsi sen voiman niissä kaikissa reliikeistä, että... No, onko se sitten niin väliä? Se medium, tärkein mediumi siinähän oli se reliikki. Oli siinä sen tukena muita reliikkejä tai kristalleja. I will pin you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on etherology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhouse gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Once Lise and her officers had confirmed Zeno's dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Zenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Lalamigan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scroll was removed, as per Lisa's instruction, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. But at that stage, By that stage, it is like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an ASEAN has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, you would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an ASEAN and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino in Kalmald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft LXXV 50-25. Master Alphino, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just I can see north from my cabin, and I was curious to know the land over which we flew. I am afraid our military crafts are built with little thought for such niceties. I am happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Othard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but mounds upon mounds of lifeless earth. Burn on yksi dunkku. En tiedä, skipaattiinko mä se jo vai onko se tulossa vastaan. I've read something of Burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that the succession of icon summonings was responsible. Joo. When Emperor Solus first came to Othard and beheld this plight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Report. We are under attack, sir. Magitech armor, no visible designation. Magitech? But who? Ah! All the cannons return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We are going down, sir. Damn it. They knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. Glad to have you back, Master Alphino. We have landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged and the ship is filling with smoke. We must get the survivors and get out while we still can. How nice of you. Aye. imperialit. Aha. No se on vedettävä sitten Dark Knightina, en rupea katsomaan äsken palaamaan näitä. Imperialit tuntien, niin olisi vaan jättänyt Alfinon sinne kuolemaan, mutta... No, ehkä mä nyt käyn nyt pakilla. Alkaa muuten perse olemaan kipeä. No, ei tätä video ihan hirveän pitkään voi enää jatkaa. Streamissä tulee 10,5 tuntia kohta täyteen, niin. Pitää lopettaa, niin kun tulee 12 tuntia täyteen. Mutta nyt ihan kohta takaisin. Ja jatketaan. Jaama Alfinalla. Ruin 3 fysiikki, Tricycle, deals potential target and all limits nearby it. Deals unexpected damage with potential of 3600 to all enemies near point of impact. Tää on ilmeisesti siis limit break, joka tulee myöhemmin käyttöön. Mutta ensimmäisen kerran tulee tämmönen tehtävä, että pelataan jollain muulla kuin Warrior of Lightilla. Tätä tullaan näkemään sitten myöhemmin. Enemmän siis, tai siis lisää. Miksi mä otan Neotric? Master Alfino, might I ask you to search for survivors? I will see to our injured helmsman. Ei pysty vaihtamaan poussia. Tossa ei vaihtanut. No, pitää katsoa. Well, thanks. I don't think I would have made it. Yes, you very well likely saved his life. Just siihen, joka jäi nyt taakse. Kaikki manaa, mutta nyt se palautuu just sopivasti sen 200. Ja no, okei, no. Palautuu nopeasti. Jos olisikin loppunut, niin olisi vaan voinut jo hetki jossa karkuja odottaa, että se palautuu. Semmosta. No hyvä, että en mennyt taaksepäin ollut siellä. No mä itse vedän tai jollain muulla jobilla, että sit olisi ihan turhaan tehnyt. Confound it. Not here. Not like this. Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You are calm in your crisis, Master Alfino. Let us finish this then. Mä tiesin tämän. Oon nähnyt sen jossain katsinissa, mitä mä en ollut jossain vaiheessa skipannut myöskään. Mä oon joskus ilmeisesti siis näin mä kattonut ja jotenkin, ei. Olisiko se mä nähnyt sen tossa, en minä muista. Ei. Kyllä mä muistan nähnyt toi jossain ihan katsinissa. Onko tossa mitään järkeä? 230. Mitä pitäis yli olla? Lähemmäs 10, että tässä on mitään järkeä vetää Traishaklee. Käyn siinä enemmän ollut se just se bind-efekti. Ei heikko isku, että... Menacing Mercenary. Kun nimi. Ja se tuli tietämään kuka tuo on. Aika mitä limit break. Tosin silloin kun mä sen näin siinä katsin, silloin kun mä en kyllä tiedä kuka se oli. Mulla ei kyllä itse asiassa missään vaiheessa tullut edes selvästi kuka se oli. No, jostain mä sen tiedän. No, eikä se käy tässä ilmi. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, I did not think to meet an Eosian in this place, let alone Sion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you your assailants, and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard, and I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking, and as for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Asian mask. Kyllä se oli tuo maski. Se oli sillä, joka oli siinä variksen mukana. Eli se on hylännyt sen nyt vihdoin viimein. Anteeksi. No, kyllähän me sitten tiedetään. Xenoxilla ei ole maskia naamalla. The face of our prey. No, ei se kertonut kuka se on. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we will no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadowhunter will suffice for the present. Come. Shadowhunter. Sillä on muutama tommonen asianin maski. This is intolerable, but as much as I wish it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alfino now but pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother's journeys to Kalamalt from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alice, but the provinces are hostile territory and sales is all important. It is safest that I go alone. Mitä sä sanoit, minne sä olit menossa? While your brother's journeys to Kalamalt from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo. Niin sekin meni sitten Kalemaltiin. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. Vähemmän työtä mulle, kun mä vaan annan tämän kredin mennä. Mä voin hörppiä täällä teetä ihan rauhassa. We should leave this to Thancred. Not you two. I understand your frustration, Alice, but Tenrek has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Fine. Just promise you'll be careful. It seems that praying is to be the exact of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind, as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve Silver Tongue and Soft Souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldernate vessel to bear me thither, but I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you are next in the area, Tenrek. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alfino to share. No, oliko tämä nyt sitten tässä? You've learned the imut ponder. Ja nyt Thancred lähti ja no Ishe nyt ei oo kaukana. Kyllä, se oli part 3 loppu. Kyllä. No, siihen voisi olla ihan hyvä jättää tämä video. Tosin kun sanoin 8 tuntia sitten, vai milloin se nyt sitten olikaan, niin että tästä tulisi lyhyin video ikinä, taisi kaikissa, mutta no se meinasi jäädä 2 tuntia, mutta sitten mä päätin tosiaan jatkaa, että ei tullut lyhyt video ollenkaan. Nyt mä en hirveästi voi enää tässä vetää pidemmälle. Mä voin kyllä... No, aloitellaan tää part 4. Mut mä jätän tää ihan just tähän näin. Mä vaan aloitan tän, että mä muistan seuraavalla kerralla, mihin mä oon jäänyt. Mä en tiedä, jatkonko mä tätä huomenna sitten. Tahdon yrittää nukkua koko huomisen päivän, että jaksaa sitten yöllä pelata poem. Mut tämä on sitten... No, en mä kyllä varmaan pelaile huomenna. Tämä on sitten viimeinen video Final Fantasy 14 vähään aikaan. Mä pelailen seuraavaksi sitten sitä kaiket päivät, koko päivän poe. Sitten voidaan jatkaa taas sitä Final Fantasy 14. Edelleenkin tulee 2 videoa päivittäin, että Pokemonit on ihan just kohta upattu kaikki, mitä mä nyt olin tehnyt. Sitäkin voidaan jatkaa jossain vaiheessa, mutta siis mulla on paljon muitakin noita let's playtä tulossa, että... Mut katsotaan. Ihan vakava nämä dialogit nyt tästä, mitä tässä tulee. Oh, Tenshak. If you have come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. No, siitä ei ole kuin pari sekuntia. Istola is still investigating primals in the Far East. Okei, no se meni sinne. Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces. And Alfino is still out there somewhere. No, kyllä tässä on hetki mennyt aikaa. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I brought a message from the Eosean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Blessing stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Asian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Intelligence provided by the Alamigan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos remains, they too suspect Asian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our fall, your orders, council would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'll say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. If you would rather not, how do you think I feel? I despise formal occasions, as you well know, but in the absence of Alfina and the others, we'll just have to grin and bear it, won't we? Well, there you have it. We accepted the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that this council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at the meeting would still be better than the nothing we have been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred? What's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road. Road back, yeah. Did you hear right? Did I hear right, Real? Is the Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Risk sharing the particulars in case the Emperors were listening in, so he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in Alamigan quarter. Tenershek and I will go. The council begins. Come on, let's be off. Se oli sitten siinä. Ai niin, mun pitää nyt yhdistää nämä 2 videoa. Ja katsotaan jatkanko mä vielä huomenna. Jos en nuku koko päivää ja tulen tietokoneen, niin ehkä mä sitten pelaan tätä, mutta pyrin siihen, että lepäisin rauhassa, niin jaksan pelaa sitä tulevaa poeliigaan pidempään kuin sen 2 tuntia. Elikkäs joo. Opas se väärässä kohta. Miten mä oon tuohon sen kattonut tonne? Eli kiitos paikalla olijoille ja kiitos katsomisesta ja jatketaan seuraavissa videoissa. Final Fantasy 14. Mitä luultavimmin sitten jossain vaiheessa pidemmän ajan kuluttua